One is what is happening with the war, and also what is happening with the financial markets, with a valuation of assets very high associated to AI. In the World Economic Outlook, we have stress scenarios regarding these two risks. And what we've put here is those scenarios, although the economy, what is grow this year, 3%, 2%, and so on. But what is happening with the debt? And the debt to GDP ratio is about 4 points, is a poor due to a poor war scenario, and also goes up about 2.5 points in a scenario of market adjustments. So what's inevitable here is that for the theme for the emerging markets is the war. Is greater fiscal costs. So these two scenarios are asymmetric in the emerging world and the developed world, as you can see in the two graphs on the right. Other risks of concern, one is the structure of the debt markets, especially the American one. They've lost a tremendous advantage that they used to have. They still have some advantage regarding the yields paid for the debt, but this has fallen off, a reflect of the high debt. And second is that there are changes in the structure of the debt market that are quite remarkable. One, marginally, they buy more American debt. This went from being the countries that had a surplus, for example, China, and no longer central banks, especially the Fed. And the marginal buyer today is basically the private sector, non-banking private sector, and the hedge funds play a key role there. And so the question is, how firm is that? How will they react in a moment of stress? And the second theme is that the duration of the American debt has changed. It has shortened. And this began in the previous government, and this government continued with it. So the 30 to 90 days expiry dates are more common. And in the US, 45 points of GDP. They need to issue 45 points of GDP every year. This proposes a configuration of elements, and you say, well, how is all this going to play out?
En el tema más mercados emergentes hay
In the emerging markets and developing countries, there are many sub-risk themes. This basically sums up all the 176 emerging markets and developing economies. And this sums up the risks identified and the size. So the breadth is how common it is. The height is how expensive it could be. I would like to bring your attention to natural disasters, which is important, but there are another three that also are of concern. What is happening in public enterprises, misreporting in Africa, and also PPPs. This did not come up much yesterday, but they are in fashion. And if they're poorly done, they're a small fiscal bomb. And then the arrears, showing that budgetary concern is not perfect, and these are all the transactions below the line that accumulate over time and that are not really recognized. And so, with this, I would like to move on to the last risk, with which I will end with some policy recommendations. The world is changing a lot, in terms of the demographic structure. And this puts several themes on the table. The first that we see is that the discourse in many countries, and here we have the graph on the right, pro fiscal expansion, is changing. This grain, as they say, which has to do with the age of the population. But nevertheless, everyone wants a healthy public situation. The average citizen is each time older, and they're becoming a majority. And the second thing is that the ratio of the older citizen versus the active citizen is very different with the state. The active citizen basically pays in, but the older citizen takes out. And when that is majority, that complicates things. So, with that, I'd like to end, and this is part of the policy recommendations that we put out for the meetings. The first has to do with how to help with the fuel shock that I already mentioned. It is very important to maintain a logic of not aggravating the monetary policy work through a fiscal expansion. The fiscal expansion of 2022 post Russia in certain parts of the world, especially Europe, was major. That at a time such as this would only add inflation. And in the more medium term, of course, we need to work on recovering fiscal consistency. There are places in the world that still do have it, but the large ones do not have a structure of fiscal discussions that you could say, at least here there is some discussion. I leave you with a question. What is the fiscal framework of the US or Japan or China? I couldn't do it. And then international cooperation, energy, security. Probably this will be very relevant in the future. We will have to do this carefully and with cooperation. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rodrigo. Very interesting what you have said, and that the developed countries tend to attenuate the pass on of international prices. And we're seeing this in several countries in Latin America. We're seeing that, in fact, they do, the governments of the region are attenuating the pass on. And now the executive secretariat are about to publish a policy brief regarding the impacts of the Iran war in Latin America. And this is what we talked about, the fiscal impact, how not to pass it on to inflation, but it will have a cost. So very good. So now I would like to hand over to Marta Luis Saranz, head of the Fiscal Management Division, Inter-American Development Bank.
Thank you, Chile. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you colleagues, and a very special thanks to ECLAC for the invitation. My presentation will complement that of Rodrigo with the focus in Latin America and the Caribbean, and within the present context of the Middle East shock. So I would like to refer to the vulnerabilities of the region in view of this shock, see the fiscal characteristics and the possibility of countries to mitigate that, and what's the starting point for Latin America, and conclude with some thoughts very much in line with what Rodrigo said. So before going into the fiscal analysis, let us consider the shock. The shock is multidimensional. It's not only a geopolitical event, it disrupts prices, energy, inputs, agriculture, fertilizers, logistics, shock. All of these are very relevant for Latin America in that increases the production and logistics costs of Latin America, terms of trade and economic uncertainty. What we have seen is that there has been volatility at global level, but the spillovers in Latin America have been very limited in that the spreads, the exchange rates show systemic pressure. And the message is that currently the active channel is the real price and activity. The financial one is contained, controlled. It's good news that, but we know if the shock continues or changes, this can change. As you know, the shock has impacted on many prices at the same time, but in a non-uniform manner. In general, Central America and the Caribbean are the most exposed ones. They are net importers of oil and gas, as well as importers of fertilizers. But a piece of data worthwhile underlining is that even countries exporting oil, they import refined fuels. So it is a shock that although it's asymmetrical, it affects in a cross-sectional way. No one is immune, even the net importers of oil. Another important dimension to consider is the effect in the productive sector, and this shows electric power generation based on fossil fuels. More than half of countries, more than 40% of power generation is based on fossil fuels, and that is an important transmission channel towards economies, the real sector. There are some countries that are more protected where the power generation, Costa Rica, Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, there is an important proportion of countries where that channel is important, and we'll see that in terms of subsidies. Now, the exposure to shock is not the same as vulnerability. It's important to distinguish that vulnerability is determined by the capacity of absorbing or mitigating the shock. Here we have two dimensions. On the external side, if you see on the graph of the left, you can see in the vertical axis the balance of net exporters of oil, gas, and fertilizers. And on the horizontal axis, you see the reserves. So countries that are least prepared to absorb this shock are those of the lower left quadrant that have lower level of reserves and negative balances. On the right side, we see the fiscal vulnerability that is reflected by debt level and the interest payment as a percentage of income. On the upper right quadrant, you can see the most vulnerable countries, and there is a certain correlation between the two levels of fiscal and external vulnerabilities. There is use of countries in Central America and Caribbean mainly that are vulnerable in both lines, in both fronts. As I said, capacity of absorbing this shock or mitigating it depends on the starting point. And let us show how the region arrives to this shock. And as many of the conclusions of Rodrigo apply to the average of Latin America, we see a debt level that stabilized in 2022, 60% of GDP, and it has not gone down, on top of what we consider a prudent level. The graph on the right breaks down the change of the debt from the pandemic from 2020 to 22. And that reduction, which is almost 9 points reduction, was benefited because of the rebound effect of the pandemic and inflation. The green and gray portions. And from the 22nd don't see changes in average of the debt because of inflationary effects and growth are more moderate. They're helping, but less. And we have dynamics that is against that debt reduction, and that is the rise in interest rates. And there you can see the orange portion. And as Rodrigo said, we don't see a fiscal effort there. The fiscal effort is not enough to contribute to debt reduction. It's the opposite. The blue portion you see there, the blue line or the blue sector, is still having an effect of contributing to increase the debt. So the problem is not only one of debt level, but it is how much it costs to finance the debt. And here we have the payment, interest payment as a percentage of revenue. And the blue line is the debt ratio. And both have increased in time. But in the last period of time, there has been a divergence. As the debt has been stabilized, the interest payment goes up in some countries. And it is 1/5 of revenue or 15% of income, which is a very significant amount. And as you see on the right side graph, you have the interest payments investment ratio. Today, that ratio is 1. The same is used to finance the interest payments as well as public investment in the region. 15 years ago, it was 1/3 of that. Now, the governments have ever less resources to buffer any type of shock. Now, as Rodrigo was also saying, the consolidation efforts have fallen short of fiscal commitments. What is promised in the budgets or in the fiscal frameworks midterm or medium-term fiscal frameworks on the left. But then the graph on the right sees average compliance rate of fiscal rules for like countries. It shows the last 2 years where the level of compliance is at minimum levels comparable to crisis levels. So in times or on the 2023-24 that we could describe as emergency, compliance is similar to periods of fiscal stress. And towards the future, the prospects are complex. On the right, you see expected gross financing needs, 5.5% of GDP for the region in average, and especially in terms of debt amortization. Also, the promises that of countries with fiscal efforts, but the orange bars of debt amortization are very high, and the situation is complicated because on the left hand, you see the rigidity of spending is very high, and that it restricts degrees of freedom, and therefore the collection efficiency or is not, or efficiency is rather high. Now, this is the starting point. What would the possible impact of a shock be that we are experiencing now? 2 scenarios of oil price upswing, one 100 and the other one 120. Winners are net exporters, losers are net importers, but there you can see the orders of magnitude of these impacts. The shock generates inflation pressures, and they are important for the exporters that already start with higher inflation rates or levels than importers. Now, for importers, I will show you the combined effect. Here we see the inflationary effect or pressure for both importer and exporters. But for net importers, it could be up to 3.5 points of GDP, and the debt can increase until 8.2% of GDP. That is without a response. The total effect will depend to a great extent on policy response. Now, here I would like to show what is the experience, the most recent experience of rising prices that we saw in the shock with the Ukrainian war. On the left, you can see the rise in revenues and subsidies that were provided then, energy subsidies. And in most of the cases, the importing countries increased subsidies. And only in some cases, in the last episode, some exporting countries increased subsidies to a greater extent than the windfall caused by that shock. For example, Ecuador and Bolivia, the net effect was negative, even for exporting countries. The graph on the right shows the net balance when you subtract the impact of measures. Now, although the importers, with the exception of those two countries I mentioned, increased or imposed subsidies, most of them had it. So the net effect was positive. But look at the negative effect for some importing countries, and much related to electric power subsidies, electricity subsidies. Here, the power matrix there was very important to protect the productive sector. So far, here we have tried to classify the response, and we have seen a very different overview. There has been a heterogeneous response. Some have decided to mitigate the shock through subsidies and price controls, protecting the consumers at a short run, but at a high fiscal cost with important distortions. Others have tried to maintain the price signal with more focused measures of support to vulnerable communities or support in transportation, like the case of Chile, Ecuador, and Panama. And others have adopted tax relief measures or regulatory relief measures, and some, like in Ecuador, and also exchange coverage. As you can see on the graph of the right, the subsidy and price control measures dominate the rest with a clear fiscal impact. So, in order to conclude, it's clear that the exposure is asymmetric, but fiscal vulnerability is widespread. And very few countries enter this shock with meaningful fiscal space to act. The debt continues to be at high levels. Interest payments are at record levels. And the compliance with fiscal rules has been the weakest in recent years. We believe that exporters face a temporary opportunity in order to have reserves and buffers, but only to rebuild buffers and the shock for the importers, net importers, is much more complex. They strike at to different channels with the corresponding response margins. So I would leave you here with those recommendations that will require not only to act in some dimensions, structural dimensions that we can discuss in the sessions of the rest of the day. So I would stop here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Marta.
Thank you, Marta. Excellent presentation. And I see that along the same lines, the IMF is making these same recommendations, these focused policies that are helpful. I'd like to offer the floor now to Jessica Roldan Peña from Macroeconomic Studies at the CAF. Jessica, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning to all. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to this important space and to discuss the challenges of the region. Yesterday's sessions, and well, at this very session as well, we have seen that the message is on the difficulty of the global situation. What we're experiencing is an environment with three traits: a lower economic or global growth, greater uncertainty, and greater frequency of shocks. But the important thing is not necessarily just the shocks, but their nature, their origin. They're not isolated. They tend to be simultaneous, persistent, and they operate through multiple channels. In a few years, as we've seen, we had the pandemic, disruption of global supply chains, energy shocks, food shocks, and other tensions, geopolitical tensions, among others, extreme climate situations. And this is important because the macroeconomic variables are increasingly frequent. And these deviations are transferred to the variables that affect policies. In fiscal policies, we have a pressure on fiscal accounts that require answers. And it is in these episodes where we put fiscal policy to the test, especially the response capacity. As has been said, not all shocks affect public finance in the same manner. Traditionally, fiscal conversations have been on deficits. These are the variables that help evaluate commitment, but social sustainability is analyzed on a base scenario. And these base scenarios lose their centrality, and the protagonism is deployed by the possibility of deviations, alternative scenarios. And it is in this context where the public policy developers need to assess how the system responds to these scenarios or deviations. And that's why they need to look at sustainability in the spirit of maintaining these balances, adding other factors, and the idea is to analyze with all the disturbances. So we're talking about resilience. Not all shocks affect public finance in the same manner. We have heard this, Marta and Rodrigo mentioned it. Some shocks impact the revenue in different ways, depending on the characteristics of the countries. And of course, we need immediate financing. For example, we have the oil shock, and here we see the left-hand side graph, which shows this heterogeneity that we're talking about. These numbers, 3.5% increase needs, Marta mentioned it. We were calculating immediate needs, varied immediate needs in the region. So what this means is that in many cases, it is not only about the magnitude of the shock, but how it is transferred to the fiscal system in each of these countries. And this transmission depends on elasticity, on the region's systems, and how each of these countries is doing that we're studying. This heterogeneity is relevant in Latin America because of the presence of a series of factors, and these determine how the shocks are analyzed. We have a fiscal collection associated to informality or narrower policies, and also a different way of absorbing shocks. And the composition of the expenditure also restricts short-term responses, and they lead to last-minute and more costly solutions. And of course, maintaining access to financing by reducing the margins when they are most necessary. So together, these elements configure different transmission systems, and they actually lead to different effects with these shocks, and they make it difficult to apply uniform fiscal rules. It does not mean that the fiscal principles that we're using are not valid, but the restrictions under which they can be implemented and prioritized are different.
Entonces, en este contexto, la resiliencia fiscal pasa a ocupar un lugar central. No como
Debt and deficit is a key indicator, but doesn't necessarily capture fiscal resilience in itself. And these disturbances are in the provision of public goods would have to be the objective, but in practice, it doesn't really depend on a single variable, but on the maneuver margins and the adjustment of income or revenue, sustainability, expenditure, and micro financing surroundings. So maneuvers, as I said, are increasingly reduced. So if we were to assess, as we see on screen, we have a spider web with different elements. It could form part of what is described by resilience. If we were to illustrate what we see here with each country of the region and how they behave with advanced economies, what we would see is that each has their own pattern. It's difficult to find common patterns, and in the end, this resilience implies always complying with the structures that help us be flexible, and they would have to adjust depending on the ecosystem and the shocks that are being observed. This leads us to an important point. It is difficult to measure, however. There are a series of variables that help us build this resilience. But again, when we see and we look at Latin America, what we find is that the structure of the systems tends to amplify these shocks. And looking at the different characteristics in the different countries in Latin America, with the advanced countries, we do find variables in green where the region is better positioned. We see in the last line, we see public debt, and Rodrigo looked at this and said that in general, the region has lower debt levels. The recession periods are less severe, and there are international reserves that are a little larger as compared to other countries. The stability of primary debt is better, but there are other elements where this resilience or these specificities of the region's economies do not contribute to absorbing these shocks. They amplify them, rather. So what are the implications in practice? Well, it's a change in the way these policies are to be addressed. We see the needs of systematizing, standardizing, managing, and improving tax management. What we need or could think is to rethink the criteria used. There are many and multiple needs, many things to be done, but in these increasingly uncertain scenarios, we can't only base ourselves on the base scenario, but also prioritize other adjustments, thinking about the current scenarios. We need to prioritize by reducing these discretionary adjustments and strengthening the more automatic responses. Also, perhaps designing fiscal frameworks that could help preserve this capacity, response capacity when in times of stress. A moment ago, we also heard about specific strategies and frameworks on fiscal policy. more attention should be paid to public balance and just in terms of the structure of debt and what we have at hand and all these elements that are out of balance. But we've been talking about this and also thinking about fiscal policy as a system for making decisions where some margins could affect other margins. So it needs to be thought out. Well, to conclude, more than final responses, we need to think about contributing to the conversation, expanding the conversation on how to improve these shocks, the fiscal shocks that we're seeing in the region. I'd like to take a moment to say that we're advancing on a new report on macro matters, where the first division is actually on fiscal resilience, and we seek to delve into the agenda from a structural perspective. So I hope to be able to share the results with you in our next meeting.
Muchas gracias, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica. We need to look at the report, and we hope to hear from you when it does. And we now have the head of the Regional Development Dynamics Division at the OECD, Sebastián Nieto. Thank you, and good morning to all. It's a pleasure from on behalf of the OECD to be here at this 38th Regional Seminar on Fiscal Policy. I'd like to present some of the work that we're doing, and they're extremely important when we talk about fiscal restrictions and how we can take measures that can help mobilize domestic resources in Latin America and the Caribbean. As Marta mentioned in her presentation, when we see limited fiscal space in Latin America and the Caribbean, and when we talk about debt services with respect to tax revenue, we're looking at a ratio of around 14%. And that is around 4 times more than the average at the OECD. At the OECD, it's around 4%. So we see that that fiscal space has reduced in time, and it is important. It's important to look not so much at the public debt indicators at GDP, but to look at this more in detail. How much are we paying for debt services, revenue, and expenditure on health and education? We see that we have increased this service, and looking at Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'd like to focus on 3 things. First, linked to the promotion of investments in Latin America and the role that we can have in view of the tax policies.
Secondly, as related to this, thanks to development banks, we can sort this out. And I'd like to now bring some indicators for Latin America and comparing to Asia and Africa, where we see the willingness of people to pay taxes. Now, when we talk about this scenario with limited fiscal space, there are important things to do on the side of expenditure. And that's the third item here. But I will focus on the work we've been conducting on these 3 topics. Now, in terms of taxes, the starting point in analyzing what we're paying in the debt services vis-a-vis total debt in Latin America, comparing to OECD countries, we notice that the gap has widened. We're talking about inflation close to 25%. And here, as Marta said, there's public investment and total investment. That is why it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. We find that the gap is very important, especially in comparing with the Asian economies where this has been stable. But in Latin America, in the last 5 years, that has grown tremendously if we look at the past tracks. The starting point is that in view of the rise in the debt service, it becomes more and more difficult to support investment in the region. And investments finally are adjusted, especially when you think about the current and capital spending. Now, here we have structural means in Latin America. We're not going into statutory rates. We're talking about effective tax rates, marginal rates that are paid by enterprises. In looking at the corporate rate, marginal rate, and effective rate, in Latin America, it's much higher than in OECD countries. And here we see in some countries where this marginal rate, that is the additional rate to the investment, is still much higher in Latin America vis-a-vis OECD average. And this was conducted with an IDB um, study and under OECD's methodology, and looking at the different provisions that we have in OECD countries for tax payment on corporations. And how much is the differential comparing to OECD countries? The starting point then, and this is going to be launched with the tax situation in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the tax payment of corporations here vis-a-vis tax revenue. They're still much higher than in OECD countries. I'd also like to talk about tax incentives. We're mapping these incentives in many Latin countries, and we have seen that in this map, sometimes it's sectorial. Undoubtedly, we must look at the design behind these incentives, the criteria, the ex ante criteria that may exist or not. That is how much investment is expected, how much employment can be created with these incentives. The ex ante rules with good criteria for eligibility. And another element, that's one thing to be considered. Others have to do with the spending that help promote investment and that are not based on revenue. And also the need for good monitoring of these tax incentives. This is going to be published shortly. We are still opening this up to other countries, but it will be published next month. And now we have a look at the sectors involved. Some sectors have benefit from these incentives quite a bit, such as tourism and renewables. Once more, as I've said, we have expected these effects. And we must look at whether they bring in more investment, because sometimes in some countries, once more, revenue has been achieved rather than the incentives for investment. Now, when we look at these incentives, there is usually a positive result related to these tax incentives for investment projects in Latin America. And we see this also in Asia and Africa when we talk about the perception of these tax incentives for renewable projects or green energy projects. And it's not, we must bear in mind what the citizen want, and also the design of these projects in Uruguay. Quite clearly, the ex ante rules are there, and the follow up is there. This is fundamental in terms of the implementation for the rest of Latin America and emerging economies. Secondly, I'd like to bring this here, and it has to do with the narrow fiscal space, brings in the role of mobilizing local resources, and that is in the hands of development banks and public development banks in the region. This is very important, as we saw in the first conference on sustainable development. incentives in the civil commitment shows that this could become a very important player in collaboration with the multilateral and bilateral banks so that they may have more resources to be allocated to development. This is an ongoing work with the French Development Agency. The idea is to look at the interaction between national development banks in Latin America with the bilateral and regional and multilateral banks. Cases such as BNDES and others in Colombia, and how they interact with the World Bank, IDB, and CAF in the region, and bilaterally with FDA and UNEO, in order to see what kind of leverage can be achieved naturally with the strategy of the corporate strategy that is well balanced, that will bring in a positive effect on SMEs and infrastructure projects. This is a very important view of the current world situation. We have just heard of data and the aid for some countries has dropped in 25%. This is the greatest drop we have felt since the beginning of the follow-up of this by OECD countries. These kinds of operations between these multilateral, regional, and bilateral banks may grant resources towards development. And this is a good strategy, corporate strategy must be used. Now, here we find important sectors that are being supported by these operations. Everything having to do with energy, with the power and construction, infrastructure, and transport as well. They are benefiting from this. And here we see the instruments that are used. These are loans for some sectors, especially renewable sectors and green transition, as well as credit lines that are being granted, especially, and also the follow-up of access to capital markets and the follow-up to capital transfers by these development banks. And it's very interesting between FD and the National Development Bank from Costa Rica. That is very interesting to watch. And there are also uh, guarantees to buffer risks involved. Technical assistance is very important as well. The national development banks are giving support to some kinds of projects together with multilateral and regional bank support. Here we look at technical assistance operation that help with current loans and also everything having to do with support to micro and small enterprises, as well as follow up with assistance towards operations that can be funded. The collaboration also has to do with the development of instruments and frameworks in order to give strength with global systems such as the green transition and digital digitalization. This has been receiving great support. When I look at these sectorial technical support, there's also a social part of it that is important behind these loans. I'm talking about the construction of hospitals, social centers, and the energy and power fields as well. This is something that we will continue to monitor, looking at the possibilities involved, especially with the narrow fiscal space here in the region and OECD countries as well, and what kind of corporations may be feasible of receiving monetary support. Here we have data on the perception of the tax payment in Latin America as comparing with other regions, other emerging regions. and we are trying to connect citizens better in the tax world. As to the public services, we see that the fair compensation is being granted for paying taxes. But in Latin America, there's a lower share of satisfaction than we perceive in Asia and Africa. So we need to get a connection with the citizens to improve that perception. And that can be done with a better spending, better efficiency in spending. We must also strengthen the tax systems in the countries in terms of communication and the culture of paying taxes. And this is also related to something that can be useful in this. And I'm talking about better data to avoid tax, so as to have less tax evasion. We have noticed that 30% somehow of the population somehow justify not paying taxes. Here we have different measurements to improve tax payment and to improve the culture involved in Latin America and Caribbean. And this has to do with the culture, how to improve integrity and trust, the confidence in tax systems. This is what we have noticed in the surveys, especially in comparing with OECD economies. We must include new technologies in tax payment, and these are things that can make it easier to pay taxes. It also will strengthen the culture involved in this. And that would be the end of my presentation. I once more thank ECLAC for organizing this event and for letting us know about what can be done to improve the situation in the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sebastián.
Thank you, Sebastian. I hand over now to Alexander Peak, head of tax data division as well as the statistics analysis from OECD. You have the floor, Alexander.
And thank you very much for this kind invitation to participate in this fantastic event. As you will have already noticed, I am going to be presenting in English. I decide each year how much pain to inflict on Spanish speakers in the room, and this year I decided to be merciful. But next year, who knows, if I get invited back, of course. So thank you. It's an honor as well to be on this terrific panel, and I've learned an enormous amount. I feel a bit bad. I'm going to take this in a slightly different direction, not necessarily talking about the current context so much as the broader issue around the importance and the value of data. As you may tell from my job title, this is something that's relatively close to my heart, but I hope you don't find this too esoteric or self-indulgent. I'm also very glad I didn't have to translate either of those two words into Spanish. Okay, so as I'm sure you're all aware, the fourth international conference on financing for development took place last year, produced a severe commitment, and within this very important document, the importance and the value of data was repeated a number of times. I've just put a few excerpts here. Of course, this was about financing for development as a whole, but I think a lot of the language applies very nicely to revenue data and tax revenue data in particular. So the importance of high quality, timely, reliable, disaggregated data for informing policy making, but also for enhancing accountability and transparency, fostering trust, and as a basis for international cooperation. I think is comes across very strongly from those discussions, and as well as a call for enhanced coordination on data and statistics. And of course, this is one of the great values of the event we're speaking in today. So I think with this in mind, my presentation is going to look at some of the data that the OECD is producing in close collaboration with partners such as CEPAL, such as BEAD, such as ECLAC and other international organizations represented in this room. And then so I'll start looking at the revenue data in particular as a bit of a teaser ahead of the launch of a fantastic report that I know is coming out in the next session. Then looking at, at how that information can be complemented by data on statutory or effective tax rates. And then finally, kind of a third level, what policymakers can do with this kind of statistical basis, all of course, while trying to tell a bit of a story about the world today. So looking at the revenue data in particular, I'm going to draw on the data contained in the Global Revenue Statistics database. Just to give a quick background on that, the Global Revenue Statistics database has data for 141 economies and counting. And it's harmonized data at a very disaggregated level. And we portion the data across 4 different regions, so Africa, Asia and the Pacific, Latin America and the Caribbean, and OECD countries. Of course, there are additional countries that don't fall within those groupings, and they're included as well. And this allows us to have a pretty good sense of what is going on in domestic resource mobilization at all within countries at all income levels, starting from, for example, Somalia with a tax to GDP ratio of around 2.7%, all the way up to Denmark or France, where it's closer to 50%. In addition, all this information is available online, and we emphasize the importance of capacity building, which again is something that's emphasized in the severe commitment. So I've mentioned also the importance of this not only in monitoring progress in domestic resource mobilization, but also as an input for tax policy reforms. And if you'll indulge me, and with thanks again to the partners, thanks to whom this data can be generated, I'm just going to give you a snapshot of progress in domestic resource mobilization over the last 10 years. The headline is that it's been insufficient. In developing countries, there have been improvements in about 2/3 of countries in terms of the tax to GDP ratio, but it remains a long way below it is failing to close the SDG financing gap. So this is an area that 10 years on from FFD3 that there just hasn't been the progress that was really required. As I say, the tax to GDP ratios have increased in around 2/3 of countries, but in around 25% of the countries covered, the level remains below the 15% threshold that has been identified by the IMF and others as really a tipping point for domestic resource mobilization in terms of fostering economic development. Within that time frame, of course, there was the COVID-19 pandemic, which set back progress not only in the short term, but also, I think, had long-term hysteresis, I think is the word, impacts. And again, thanks to the IMF for some really excellent work that they've done on showing this. And it's not just about the levels. I think the data that we examine is also very focused on the structure of tax revenues, both to understand the economic and the social consequences of the tax mix in each of the countries, but also to see where potential gaps exist for expanding revenues. Of course, this isn't a one-for-one process, but knowing that, for example, taxes and goods and services account for 50% of tax revenues in developing countries on average, whereas in OECD countries, around half of revenues come from taxes on labor, that tells you a big story about the different kind of the tax bases and also where potential exists for developing countries to boost their revenues. So here I'm just going to show a few graphs once I master the remote control. So this shows what happened in tax to GDP ratios among countries at different income levels, starting with high income, then upper middle in green, orange is lower middle income, and then finally we have low income countries at the right-hand side in blue. And the gray diamonds represent what the level was in 2013, and the colored diamond represents the level in 2023. The striking thing of this otherwise quite indecipherable graph, I would say, are two things. There haven't been many instances where there's been strong growth in tax revenues. Those cases that do exist are obviously worth exploring to see how it was done. Usually a combination of reforms to administration, to tax policy, to the institutional setup of tax systems, and these stories are worth investigating. The other thing that always strikes me about this graph is how much the difference, how much more of a difference there is between the high income and the middle income categories than there is really between upper middle and lower income in terms of the tax GDP ratios. And so this tells, I think, a story going back to the tax structure of where the potential exists to increase revenues, and especially we see this in labor taxation. This graph demonstrates the changes in tax to GDP ratios over that decade. As I said, about 2/3 of countries experience an increase, but that does mean that in a third of cases, countries experienced a decline over that decade. Interestingly, the largest increases on average were in low-income countries, reflecting perhaps the lowest starting point in terms of their revenue levels. Just looking at the different regions, we see the different levels, of course, but also it's difficult to see from this graph because we have the OECD countries at the top, and that extends the y-axis a bit. But the different developing regions haven't necessarily followed the same trajectory over time. We see the impact of the commodity price shock had a big impact on African countries, for example, more so than Latin American, which is telling. And then also the different impacts of COVID-19 on tax levels. And we see that this is an ongoing recovery, which we'll learn more about, I guess, in the next section. Very quickly, this just summarizes on average what were the changes in tax. This on the left-hand side, we see what taxes drove the increases on average across Latin America, Africa, and the OECD over that decade. And we see that in a big part, it was actually increased by, it was corporate income tax that was behind the higher revenues in all of those cases. But the tax structures was little changed over the period, so we still see that the difference between developing and advanced economies in terms of the tax mix. The data that also allows us to focus on what the UN and others, I'm sure, describes as countries in special situations, for example, those exhibiting high degrees of fragility, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. And again, looking at the data over the past decade, we see each of those different groups have experienced different challenges. They also have a different tax mix, and that we hope would be useful for discussions with specific groups. SIDS feature actually very strongly in the outcome document for FFT4, so we'll keep a close eye on that. It's not just tax revenues, of course, that are important. And for the Revenue Statistics Initiative, we gather data on non-tax revenues as well. For all African countries, we repeated the exercise for Latin American and Caribbean countries in collaboration with the partners last year. And that produced some very interesting results, just showing that in certain countries, non-tax revenues actually exceed tax revenues, and this is, of course, especially the case, as shown here, for countries with large extractive sectors where rents and royalties often contribute a large chunk to the overall revenue mix, and it's important to keep an eye on that. So I'm conscious of time. I hope I haven't bored everyone into submission already with these graphs, but I'll accelerate now just to talk very quickly about how the information on revenues, of course, doesn't tell you much unless you know what's going on with the rates. So here, for example, we see CIT rates across different regions. We have 35 LAC countries shown in this graph, along with 36 from the Asia Pacific region and 27 from Africa. And what we see in most cases is this long-term decline in terms of CIT rates, which has more or less stabilized since the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, looking just at OECD countries, we also see that there has been a decline in personal income taxes, or rather the taxes on labor, this should say, which have declined overall since 2000, but again have been on the rise since the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is something that we keep an eye on in something called the Taxing Wages publication, which shows effective rather than statutory rates for different types of households. So the tax wedge, as we call it, the effective tax rate on labor is highest for single workers, lower for couples with children, and especially low with we also look at average earners earning below the average wage, and I'll come back to that in a second. In addition, there's also the effective carbon rates report, which keeps track of the carbon pricing policies, which are becoming increasingly diverse and flexible globally. So a key figure between 2018 and 2023 is that 27% of greenhouse gas emissions now face a carbon tax or an emissions trading scheme in 72 countries. Sorry, I forgot to move on, but I'll give you 5 seconds to catch up with what I just said. And then finally, so what can we do once we have this data? Well, going back to the taxing wages data, we, in the latest report, examined the progressivity of labor taxation in OECD countries. It's often, there are two stylized facts about labor taxation in the OECD. One, it generates a high proportion of revenues, which is, of course, demonstrably true. But secondly, that it is a key basis of the progressivity of OECD tax systems. And using effective tax rates, we explore that issue a little bit more, and we see that yes, there is progressivity in OECD tax systems, but it really depends on the income level where this progressivity resides, and also which kind of household types we're looking at. So this graph again shows in the blue bars, that's a single worker without children, the degree of progressivity in the tax system between different income ranges. So starting at 50% to 67% of the average wage on the left-hand side, and then going all the way across to 300% to 500% of the average wage. What's notable there is for a single worker, there really isn't that much progressivity above the average wage. So all of the increases in tax rates tend to happen below that level due to tax rates, allowances, these kind of mechanisms. Now, looking at the line with the diamonds, that shows the effective tax rates on households with children. And you see there's much more progressivity there, because that's when cash benefits really play a much bigger role in but again, it's focused on the lower income levels. Another thing we've been looking at is the composition of personal income tax revenues. So for 27 OECD countries for whom we're able to acquire data for the last year's report, we saw that employed labor income still provides the lion's share of personal income tax revenues in all OECD countries. But over the last decade, the composition of PIT revenues has really changed. Employed labor is getting much less important. Labor revenues from capital income and self-employed income is growing substantially. So that's, I think, a really interesting story that's bubbling beneath the story, beneath the overall revenue picture for personal income tax revenues, and it may well be something that is replicated elsewhere. So it's something to keep an eye on as well. And finally, just to go back to the CIT rates that we saw declining over time, in part, this is a function of tax incentives. And in particular, we've seen a strong rise in R&D, research and development based tax incentives that have risen strongly across the OECD and in partner countries since 2000. So that is it for my presentation. I hope that has given you at least a flavor, not only of the data that we work with, but I hope much more interestingly, what kind of policy guidance can be generated by it, how it can support financing for development strategies globally, regionally, and nationally. And indeed, it just prompted reflection about the state of the fiscal systems around the world. Thank you very much for your attention. And if anything was unclear, which I'm 100% sure it was, please feel free to approach me afterwards. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Alex.
Thank you, Alexandra. Yes, we are fine on time, so we'll have time at the end for questions. Now I'll give the floor to Marcio Verdi, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Center of Tax Administrations. SIAT, virtually, you'll be with us. Hi, Marcio. Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much, and greetings to all. Hopefully, I would have loved to be with you there, but next week we'll be celebrating the assembly of SIAT, and I cannot leave Panama these days. I would be delighted. The first time I went to Chile was for this seminar chaired by my friend Juan Carlos Lerda, great macroeconomist, and that was 25 years back, at least. That was the first version of this seminar. It's very important on fiscal policy. Especially, I wanted to share this panel with Rodrigo, Jessica, Alexandra. I will now refer to Mirta Casanegra, great economist and Chilean economist. There's no public policy without fiscal policy, and there's no fiscal policy without a good tax administration. My comments are on the challenges for tax administration. In order to refer to fiscal policy, I think that your studies, well, that subject has been addressed, maybe not specifically in the seminar, but I'm very concerned about the financing of Social Security. The data of OECD, they collect 26% for Social Security. Latin America is 15% in average. Of course, it is sometimes higher, and many that collect a lot, like my country, Brazil, surely because of impacts or changes in the labor market, or micro entrepreneurs, individual ones, and that has really negatively impacted on collection. Inevitably, we will have to review the reform in order to have Social Security in the center. And I think it is a subject that maybe can exploit soon. My country, well, after that, we'll be able to solve and resolve. And my second comment is on, I'm not a commentator, but I need to comment and say, like, Brazil's debt has gone up from 70 to 80, but that is not what concerns me. It is, for example, to mention Spain, has a debt level that is higher than Brazil, but the cost of the debt is half. One thing is to finance 100% of GDP at 3 or 4%, and the other 80% of GDP at a 14 or 15% rate. So the debt cost is highly complicated in many of our countries. Now, if we go into my comments for this session, our Santiago Diaz will present details. I can say that we have improved collection, tax collection, and then we need to think, if we see the collection of 22%, to collect is not what resolves, because countries that face worse debt problems like Brazil, Argentina, and others are the highest collectors. And paradoxically, those that collect the least, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, their economies are the most dynamic ones of the region. So the search is not only to collect, but how to do it and how to promote productivity, employment, growth. I think we are missing a lot there insofar as promoting economic growth and productivity mainly. But it's concerning. The level of tax evasion continues to be high. In VAT, we've gone down because of electronic invoice or digital invoicing, but still there is 25% tax evasion. And what about income? That for all the studies, sometimes it's more than 40%. Unacceptable, of course. But I wanted to refer to tax administration or management. We had an interesting meeting with IDB, with ECLAC, OECD in Montevideo. We had a wonderful meeting there. And we started from scratch and we discussed priorities for 5 major axes: human resources, technology, risk management in tax administrations, institutional management, and fiscal systems. And if I had to choose 2 subjects that are repeated and several times they appear as challenges for tax administrations, the first one is human factor. That is the subject. What do we need to do so as to continue attracting? We will always attract, but attract the top and best heads of our youth. And that the youth doesn't want to work only in Meta or Google or Amazon, but to work on tax administration, how to attract them and retain them. But the idea is that we need to rethink the way in which we work. Remuneration, productivity, home working from remote working, or partnerships with research centers. But always that is challenge number 1. The second challenge that emerges is how to incorporate technology advances, information technology advances. If not, I mean, the idea is to reduce the knowledge gap. It's very difficult to think of a country that has a development system like Brazil and other neighboring countries. If we don't transfer knowledge through cooperation, to say that we'll have to speak about blockchain or AI, in some countries that is mere fiction, because they don't have the capacity in the human factor to come closer to the introduction of these new technologies. So there is a wonderful space there for cooperation, for the transmission of knowledge. It's the only way that we will enable small tax administrations. I was in St. Lucia shortly ago, only 70 officials, but they do have a cadastre, they have everything. How to take to them knowledge? Of course, private companies, the outsourcing relationship needs to be increased, and also promotion of information, knowledge exchange throughout regional and international agencies. We need to transfer this knowledge. This is a priority for us. But I wanted to mention a specific point. We, for the last 6 years, we lived COVID, and COVID needs to be an alert for us. All countries, without exception, it had to defer payment of taxes, defer payment of debt. Why? I'm the son of a fiscal auditor, a tax auditor. My father devoted his life to the treasury of Brazil. And then before my father's time, of course, there are exceptions, but what we cannot do is to open up a bakery on January 1st, and then I will take it to a supermarket on December 31st. And then in April, May, I give my return, my tax return, and start paying quotas 6 months after the terminal exercise. That needs to stop. We need to bring closer payment to the generation. Fact, there are mechanisms in many countries with presumptive revenue or pressure mechanisms. We need to expand that way. We cannot keep on collecting like we did in the past. So of special importance are the withholding mechanisms. With the digital economy, now Shakira was in Rio, 2 million people. How to withhold the taxes of what she received? I want to go into source criterion or residential source, not only in economy, but all the digital economy. This is a need. We have an immense need, and we need to change in order to allow digital economy not to increase injustice to those that are providing services in a country as a permanent store. The absence of that cannot be a factor increasing tax injustices and make life difficult to our residents that provide services. We have made a lot of progress in our DEC system. OECD said that it goes far beyond the minimum standard. Now, Australia included our system to be promoted in the Pacific Islands. But the subject is we need to bring the payment to the generation fact, bring that closer. And there is presumptive income mechanism and also mechanisms to avoid double taxation. We won't go into the domicile or other facts, but on this line, almost 10 years ago, we have been saying that our priority that was to promote self-tax returns, to promote that. Those that are in the corridor can take years, but returns need to disappear. It has to be sent to the taxpayers by the Treasury. We have made a lot of progress in personal income returns, tax returns, but still there's a lot of space in order to massify this whole mechanism. And we need to do this because of ethics, because of transparency. Even information today is available worldwide, thanks God. The good thing is that we have information. It is unacceptable to ask the taxpayer to send it whilst we have to send to them the preset return for personal income tax returns. For legal persons or corporations, it's different. And also VAT. For example, it has decreased. Tax disputes also has decreased with an almost 100% acceptance level. But all that leads to the disappearance of the VAT return and mechanisms like Brazil. Brazil has the SPED. No, Brazil seeks the whole accounting of the big corporations. Of course, there are some excluded, but it has the complete tax return and processes it internally. I think those are major changes to bring the payment closer to the generation fact and have the preset or ready-made returns and all the payments, for example, for property or vehicles. That will be the task of the tax administration. There's no way back here. This is only a matter of implementation.
We have so much in terms of tax policies. Alexandra mentioned, he didn't talk about carbon taxing. We have to put a price on carbon for sure. We must talk about green taxes, about gender taxes. And of course, the VAT, we've heard Albert and other friends, and this needs to involve very good and serious criteria. In countries like mine, how would you implement a VAT P only for revenue? And some will not qualify for it. So out of the revenue of these people, it's not necessarily their real income, and sometimes they have a much higher one, but that is what they're declaring or filing. So I don't want to exceed my 15 minutes. So I'd like to thank you, and I am very pleased to share with our friends that lead all these organizations, especially for the CIT. We're going to launch a book of the 100 years of the CIT and the historic relationship with the IDB, with the World Bank, with everyone. And it's a party for me because we're going to be celebrating 60 years of this organization that began thanks to the initiative of a tax authority in the United States. And today, you know, it's 40 years, 40 countries from 40 continents, and it is wonderful. Thank you, Jose Manuel. Thank you to the other friends, Noel, and everyone else for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you, Marcio. And the last presentation will be by Noel Perez Benitez, Officer in Charge of the Economic Development Division at ECLAC. Thank you, Cecilia, and greetings, Marcio. Several of the people here today will be accompanying us at the CIT Assembly next week. Well, I played at the U, and we have a lot of coordination in many of the topics that we're seeing. I'd like to take some of the elements that we talk about here. How can we strengthen resilience of fiscal policy? And there are several things that these mechanisms have in mind, and several countries as well. So we analyze what has happened historically in fiscal terms. It is a graph that sometimes we present, but it's quite revealing historically speaking. We have a deficit bias, and these fiscal the monies are not enough to cover our needs, and in good times where there's growth or high interest rates, it doesn't really contribute much to debt. And in general, when these conditions are low, or when growth is not enough or is insufficient for that not to grow, it has certain implications. So this is what we have seen in the last few years. So it's what we also see in the different coverage definitions. But what we see today is that we are above 40% of the GDP in the region. There are similar levels to what we had early this century. There were some debt crises, and the good news are that after covering the debt, it's all stabilized, but it's stabilized and it's also stagnated. But the secretary emphasized that what we've seen in the last few years, there's been a serious reduction from 2006 to 2008, taking advantage of the positive things that happened in the region. We went from average levels of 29-30% of the GDP to others that are above 50%. So what has happened with these levels of difference between that and I think it's a question that we need to take into account, is part of the lesson that we need to learn things are difficult, and we've had periods of consolidation, but we also started to see more growth, and these levels of debt have increased in time. And there are these persistent deficits that we have to work with and think how to advance towards greater resilience in fiscal terms.
Varios de mis colegas
The thing is that several of my colleagues mentioned that it is increasingly difficult as we advance towards a reality where shocks are more frequent, they're intense, and as we say in my country, it's not simply tough, it's dense, it's continuous. And we think that a lot, we need to think what has happened to date with the financial crisis, with the counter-cyclical situations, and with this drop in oil prices in 2014, we saw that they affected several countries, and there's been consolidation processes. We've seen this. Then COVID came, and we have seen the implications for health, and then the Ukraine war came about, and then we saw the energy shocks and food and others that derive into inflation. And with this support, a restrictive monetary policy began, and there was also a rise in prices of these resources, and it's something that the region had to deal with, and we've seen this in several presentations by our colleagues. And then it seems like things started to stabilize, and it affected the markets, it affected tariffs, and affected all countries. It changed the rules of the game that we had for 20 years in the region. And when this seemed to stabilize and we internalized it, then the Middle Eastern conflict came about, another energy shock, and the repercussions that we're going to see looking forward. I'm only talking about the economic ones, but if we factor in the shocks due to natural disasters in the environment, there are several other things. Several authorities mentioned yesterday the importance of the shocks and the impact of hurricanes in Central America and the Caribbean. But it's not just that. We have other realities, drought in South America and other places. And the south of Brazil, for example, in 2024, we also saw this. And we have a reality that is affecting decision-making as well. So just to understand how the world has changed, if we look at volatility of prices, energy, fertilizers, etc., it is that world of 80, 90 of the early 2000s has disappeared. It's a different world now. So we have a high volatility through these three things. And this is a reality that the developers of public policies work on. We need to think about how we're going to build or try to make an effort to foster the resilience of fiscal policy in the region. And as Jessica said, if we're talking about fiscal resilience, it's a term that is mentioned, but it's not defined. We don't have clarity in terms of how it's done. And let's go back to basics. So those who spoke before me have mentioned this, basics and
inciden sobre esta dinámica de la deuda, ¿no? Y me voy a enfocar para continuar el resto de la...
We have an interest rate, as was mentioned, of growth, and the primary balance and its components are necessary to understand what we have in the region and how much space we have for these three variables.
Se acabó la época del dinero barato, ¿no? Esos años buenos.
So cheap money is gone, and those were the days with low monetary policies, with low rates. That is no longer the case. They don't exist anymore since the Ukraine crisis, and we had that inflationary shock, then a tariff shock. So interest rates at a global and regional level have gone up. The cost of financing for governments is much higher, and it is something that we don't foresee will change in the near future. So one of the factors that we presented in another of our economic studies and preliminary balances offered some, shed some light on the agents, public and private in the region, what they're doing, how they're placing things in the capital markets. And in 2021, the average rate of these coupons was 3.1%. We're talking about 1.6%. So it's a strong increase in terms of interests. And in that sense, it's not going to come. So what's happening with growth in the region? Well, it was mentioned in several presentations that that growth in general in the region has stayed low, and we don't foresee that this will change in the future. There are differences between countries, between regions, and it is a problem that we have after the high growth that we saw in the 90s and 2010. Growth has decelerated significantly in this 10-year period between 2014 and 2023, which was something that here at ECLAC, we called it the second lost decade. Well, it's more lost than the lost decade. The region seriously dropped, and it only grew at 0.9%. And several other organizations have also picked up on this. But what we're looking at nowadays is our growth projections for the 2017 to 2026. We would be growing at around 1.6%. So they are low levels. And one of the main tasks that we have in the region are about
para ver qué tendencias estamos viendo.
We're looking at all the components. This is a breakdown of the global deficit with its results, with the primary results and interest payment. So this primary result is something that Marta described as 1 year. And let's look at what has happened. It has, in view of this deficit, let's look at the components. It has a lower primary expenditure. It includes interest and the payment of interest, because we see a deficit of around 3% average in the region. This fiscal effort on the primary balance it's something that was compensated in the past, but so we have that. We have this dynamic that becomes quite difficult. And let's look at the components. There are others that, well, we're going to delve into them in the next few sessions. But in the meantime, the revenue at the launch of the next session, we're going to hear more about this. It'll be very clear. We have a region with relatively low revenue.
Notwithstanding this fact, the truth is that these revenues do not suffice to cover public spending, tax expenditure, which will be dealt with tomorrow, is a fact, low productivities, etc. So the side of revenue, things are not simple, but we must go ahead. Now, expenditure. Something similar is happening, and we have heard about the importance of strengthening or increasing investment, public investment, that is pretty low. It is also inefficient, and there is something special that is related to the payment of interest. Now, how to expand fiscal space that has to do on the side of revenue and spending. That is a challenge, and we must also add to this that with the demographic transition that will affect both sides, there are climate shocks that certainly affect the demands for public investment. AI that we know will have a negative effect on the labor market. So we also want to believe that we could take advantage to improve collection and to be more efficient at that. Well, but that's what we have. But 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't talk about AI. Now, something is certainly going to happen in the near future. But these are things that we must bear in mind in order to formulate strategies. And payment of interest. This has gone up on one side because of the rates that are higher, and also because more indebtedness. And that means that there is even more payment of interest due in the region. The variable adjustment has been public investment, and we have already seen these data. A few years ago, we said, let's buy fixed capital, and that is the investment, and that is why this number is as it is. And if we combine that with that spending in socially sensitive areas that are important, such as health, education, social protection, etc., we see a big difference and an increase in the payment of interest as share of spending in education, and that is responsible for 70%, health 86%. And this is seen in many of the discussions on this subject. Now, as to social protection, we're talking about 57%. This is a complicated trade-off, and to supplement with what has already been said, I think we're all going on the same road, but we must expand fiscal space and strengthen public investment. We have a rigidity in spending, but we also must talk about the rigidity in tax policies because we have commitments not to change anything, not to raise taxes. And these may be well-defined strategies that may fit the circumstances, but there must be a margin. That's not necessarily a reform, but there must be a margin, a tax scaling. Tomorrow we will hear about an exercise that we made in estimating arrears in tax payment in 5 countries in the region. Fiscal spending is something that has also been subject of reform in the region. There is a lot of margin to navigate in these waters, but we must think about this. But we may also have another kind of thought, maybe not just reducing, but if we're already deciding to sacrifice resources, why then let us make sure that these resources will certainly bring back the necessary results. We know that we must work on that. Progressivity, taxing physical persons, capital investment, and inheritance. And these are discussions that are ongoing in the region. And so public spending, we've already talked about this. And we must think about setting up priorities because of the narrow fiscal space and public investment as well. As Rodrigo said, in Latin America, we have long history, but the APPs and others must be well designed. Otherwise, they may become a risk, a fiscal risk, with negative surprises as have already happened. Many have also talked about the midterm perspective, the need to create buffers. And this can be easily built in during easy times, but the fiscal rules, Martha talked about the areas. This is the data that I didn't have in mind, but it's quite illustrative. Uh, during crisis, if there's non-compliance, when then this escape clause becomes not exception, but the rule. So we must bear this in mind in managing liabilities. We haven't been talking about this, but that is an important thing to bear in mind. Something that is quite revealing right now has to do with the $100 oil in the past, but that's over. And now we're talking about $100 and more. And these are discussions that we had at the beginning of 2010, how to manage this additional revenue. Now, if that is no longer around in short-term policies to buffer this shock, that would be okay. But then the rest shouldn't be used in current spending. It should be an extraordinary kind of revenue, and we don't know how long that will be coming in. But the idea is to create buffers. That's on the side of oil. In fuels and ores, we have a lot of revenue coming from the mining in some countries, but this is not being followed about a temporary perspective to use this extraordinary wealth the country has that should allow for current support and also for the future. And then we have the sovereign funds. This is something that is traditional in the region. It's a counter-cyclic, yes, but we should go back to that discussion that we had about 10 or 12 years ago and taking advantage of this in order to have more investment, to attract more investment. That would be it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Noel. And I would add that in that dynamics, there are many other factors that are not quite positive right now. As Rodrigo said, there are things that are outside of the calculation and that are raising the debt levels. Very well. We now have Q&A comments that we'll take from the audience. The floor is open. Juan Carlos? Shall we take up more than one? Thank you, Cecilia. Congratulations. We live in interesting times and we are surviving. Well, what about exchange rates? In Mexico, the appreciation of the peso, in as much as the debt is in dollars, is helpful. On the other hand, the imports and others that have to be considered. I don't know if the exchange rate should be part of this discussion. It's a question, really. Yes, indeed.
Específico en México.
In Mexico, to be precise, the debt has a greater component in the national system. Now, the exchange rate often is not part of the fiscal analysis, but it does bring in certain awareness of the revenue coming into a country. We must have that as part of the equation, indeed. It's not just talking about revenue, but I've been talking about the flows in the equation. If the debt is under brackets, I don't know whether we should consider it or not. I agree. Well, this was a simplification to see the main factors involved. But it's not just exchange rate, also the makeup of who are the creditors, the foreign ones or the domestic ones, because also when we talk about the debt and the part of the debt in foreign currency, but the debt, there are many creditors. So even if in local currency, if they are abroad, they are more aware or sensitive to volatilities.
Noel,
Thank you, Noel. The floor is open.
Sí, adelante.
Please go ahead. These were excellent presentations. I am concerned about fiscal consolidation that is so difficult to reach unless, as we did before. But now the population has aged, and Rodrigo was quite clear about that. And there are also many social programs that we have in our countries, and they are now following the laws. And Camila from Dominican Republic yesterday said, we want more investment in order to foster growth, but it would be very difficult to acquire debts when part of the financing is being used for current expenditure. How do we leave that behind? How do we break through this conundrum? Anybody else? I have a question myself for Sebastian. You talked about tax morale. Is there any analysis? Does it depend on the age group? About the pensions, about payments, on non-payments. Cristina, maybe we'll deal with this in the afternoon. No, that's going to be seen tomorrow. That's my question.
Allá
Shall
atrás.
we take up another question in the back? Good morning. Thank you for these presentations. I'm Veronica Vendrondrona from ITRIX. My question has to do with the current situation, the world situation with the Iran, USA, Israel war, and things that were said here, the possibility of having automatic mechanisms. My question is whether there is any kind of mapping or whether there are instruments in the tax systems in the region that aim at taxing extraordinary revenue. In Colombia, in 22, there was a tax reform introducing a progressive rate for coal and oil companies that reach 5 to 10% on coal, and this is over the corporate rates. And this is activated when the international prices go over a historic level. This is adjusted by inflation and other considerations. And somebody here talked about the possibility of introducing automatic mechanisms that would be activated under these special circumstances. I wonder if you have any experience on this. Has it been analyzed? I asked because recently we had a certain position on this, and the suggestion was to introduce this kind of tool. Thank you, Veronica. So let's start asking these questions. Hector's, mine, and Veronica's. Would you like to be the first? Yes, I will try to talk about two questions. First one, special revenue. At the fund, we believe that when this is being discussed is because that royalty was not well done. It's more negative right now. And this is not the time because this should be discussed during better times. Changing the rules of the game precisely when this is happening is probably not the best idea. So the best thing is to change systems, not when there are extraordinary needs. Now, as to the tax morale, there is something that is deeper and that is connected to the moment when fiscal adjustments should be made.
We need to better clarify the role of the fiscal policy in society after the world financial crisis of 2008 and after COVID. society, and this is not just in Latin America or in the emerging markets, but the whole world, the society is expecting that the government or the state can do almost anything. They ask, but the fiscal capacity is not there to do it. Resources and the state or government capacity to do these things. So the work of the state should be reserved for the things that they can do well and react when you have a crisis such as COVID, but not just to any shock. And the second thing, especially in Latin America, and so I would say this outright, and then afterwards over coffee, I'm sure we can discuss it. But the idea of building a welfare state paying 1% is at the end of the day not true. I think in Latin America, that story is overbuilt. We all pay taxes and we have a welfare state, or if we don't, we won't. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, thank you. Reacting to the previous questions and others are about the rate of exchange. And of course, the variability of the dollar has helped the region. The debt to GDP ratio would have been much higher, and we'd not had that weakness. And in some countries of the region, there's been activity in terms of liability management for issues in local currency to facilitate that appreciation of the rate of exchange. And in the last few years, Colombia, they've recorded a high deficits, but you do not necessarily see in the rise in debt to GDP ratio. It has increased, but not that much. Without the appreciation of the Colombian currency, it would have been much higher. So the impact, and in this case, has benefited the region with regard to those levels. Now, adding to what Rodrigo said of the role of the fiscal policy and the conversation that we had yesterday, as the Vice Minister of the Dominican Republic mentioned this, ideally, we would like the fiscal policy to play a far greater role in furthering growth or having a stronger role in terms of redistribution. We would not want it to be a solely stabilization role. But unfortunately, I believe that right now, the fiscal policy is not good for much more than stabilization. That is to have an adequate level of debt. However, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the variables or the countries have more room for maneuver than they would think. When we say that 80% of the expenditure is rigid or there is no appetite for an increase of rates and so on, these are all decision variables that countries have. So the trade-off here is, well, the adjustment variable in public investment that at the end of the day leads to growth, or can the adjustment variable be something else? And so there is where you have the political margin to assess what your decision would be. And if you decide to move ahead with a subsidy reform, as in Ecuador recently, a tax reform, or not, well, you must put it on the table that role of the growing fiscal policy is on the table. And the political viability is what is today determining that. But I'll leave it at that. And I would speak of the tax morality in the next session. And so I will save my words for that. Thank you, Marta. Anyone else? Yes. I would simply like to add an additional point that was also mentioned yesterday. Someone yesterday said the difficulty of the fiscal policy has to do with the difficulty in achieving a social compact. And that is precisely what we're talking about here, what is discussed in political economy fora. We're talking about that, but in a forum where we're talking about productive development policies, they also talk about the same thing, because at the end of the day, policy makers are at the time when they must make choices. And to a certain extent, is going to be divided into winners and losers. And this cannot be deciphered until we think collectively of a whole and not just the policies in isolation. Thank you, Jessica. Any other question? Oh, Sebastian, sorry.
La tasa de cambio, sí.
Really about the rate of exchange. In Colombia, quite clearly what is happening with the appreciation of the rate of exchange rate, never seen before, despite the uncertainties at political level. This has to do with rising interest rates and all these things. It would be interesting to analyze to how they're affecting the rate of exchange. And debt servicing is increasing a lot in Colombia, but because of the impact of the interest rate. So high inflation in relation to the target inflation. This is something that maybe we've made a mistake in that we thought that the transfer would be done quicker, but it is still depending on the rate of exchange. Now, I would like to take up the measures that have been adopted at the OECD. We follow up on the measures, so I invite you to visit our website to see what has been done in OECD countries. They're quite general, and in some cases even regressive, because they do not have the necessary nuance for that sort of support when we're talking especially of the price of gasoline. And the other thing is whether the tax morality. If we differentiate by income, low to high and in comparison to the high, and if there is a tax morality, depending on the socioeconomic characteristics of the households. And there are questions on how to minimize rates. And of course, in the high rates sector, we see that these will be more favorable in terms of special rates for this sort of household. So there is a differentiation. It is clear. But the interesting thing is that the tax morality continues to be low, but the income, not everyone pays in direct taxation. Thank you, Sebastián. Noé. In the comment made by Hector, yeah, I think it is quite difficult, complicated. One thing that Alejandra is doing, see it. When we think of this, it's normally on the expenditure side. When you say what a percentage of the budget is a margin for adjustment because it's not committed by law or earmarked or interest payments or whatever. But another way of seeing it is mapping that versus specific tax types. And then you see that VAT and income adds up, and all of that income is distributed in a sort of expenditure that is already being classified. So with the population change and a greater demand in terms of pensions, in terms of health, which we often leave aside, but in educational terms, if this is done with for the future, we'll need to train an ample basis of the labor force that will be covered by AI or other things. And these are major demands that we will have to bear in mind. And also with a voter profile, because I mentioned this. Has to do with what we've done.
La decisión de la
So the decision of the person who is voting, well, maybe this is more in the US with the baby boomers, but in the region, this is a reality that is coming close to that and will affect that decision. Policies that, as Martha says, is a decision that sometimes go beyond the merely tax question. And I think it's so important to have these dialogues and discussions at regional level on how to go thinking of these challenges. It's not easy for a public policy maker to do this on a day-to-day basis.
Noel.
Thank you, Noel. I don't know if we have any other comment. No? Very well. In that case, we adjourn the session and we will now break for coffee. We have 15 minutes for coffee and then we see you back here. Thank you.
Un pequeño aviso para que no se asusten. Va a haber un corte de luces en la sala breve para hacer un reinicio del sistema, pero el café sigue estando así.
Coffee is still there, so don't worry.
Santiago Díaz, ¿sigues por ahí por casualidad en el Webex? Excelente. Oye, ¿te parece que probemos si te funciona bien compartir tu presentación? Porque ya al menos el audio y la imagen habíamos visto que estaba todo en orden. Las uñas salvajes, se supone que van a cortar las luces. No, pero no eran los sistemas. Ya.
So, good morning. I'm Jolina Chiboleta Tomasiam, Officer of the Division of Economic Affairs. I want to invite you to this session number 3 of the 38th Regional Seminar on Fiscal Policy, and where we will speak and launch this policy.
Here we have a report on tax information for Latin America and the Caribbean 26. This is a report on a joint publication and a database that has been manufactured by the Central American Office for Tax Information, IDB, the Latin American and Caribbean Commission, ECLAC, and the Development Center from the Organization for Cooperation and Development from OECD. This report was first
published in 2011. Now we can say that for this
cubriendo 29 países de América Latina y el Caribe. La amplitud de la cobertura en términos de países e instrumentos fiscales hace que este informe y la base de datos sean la principal fuente de referencia regional que tenemos para estadísticas fiscales.
And this provides a general program of tax trends in the region, observing the changes registered from 1990 to 2024, as well as the tax collection ascribed to different government sectors. Likewise, this report also includes a chapter of analysis about the trends of fiscal trends in natural resources, non-renewable natural resources in the region. This is proof of the importance of collaboration among international agencies in order to produce a whole set of regional public goods and of usefulness for all the countries in the region. The collaboration that has occurred since the last 16 years between ECLAC, IDB, and OECD has driven new working lines related to tax stress, personal income tax, and it has allowed us to generate synergies in the fiscal work that we develop in the region among different institutions and Spanish cooperation with financial support. Today, we have a pleasure to launch this edition of 2026. And now I would like to introduce our speakers. Some of them, Sebastián Nieto Parra,
División de Dinámica de Desarrollo Regional del Centro de Desarrollo
of the Head of Division, Regional Development Dynamics, OECD Development Center, Michael Honey of ECLAC, Marta Ruiz Aranz, Head of the Division of Fiscal Development, Alexander Pick, Head of the Unit of Tax Data and Statistical Analysis of Tax Administration Policies of OECD, Michael Haney, Marta Ruiz, and Santiago Diaz, Director of the Study of Tax Research. Now, Sebastián, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias y pues la presentación es la otra del informe. Bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación y como
Thank you for the invitation. As always, it is a pleasure to launch these reports, tax reports at this regional fiscal policy seminar. As was mentioned in the opening, it is joint work. We've been doing this for years, and it has been useful to do the same in other regions. same as Africa. And this statistics report for Latin America and the Caribbean was pioneering for all the regional
¿Por qué? Porque los
This webinar is being transcribed and summarized.
no solo representan, en algunos casos de la región, el 60 al 80% de toda la recaudación, sino que son contribuyentes que son complejos, sofisticados, con operaciones
complicated, complex, that involve several jurisdictions sometimes, and where the typical dispute is not that they don't pay, it's that it's the disputes or litigations if there are discrepancies on the tax return. So the idea of cooperative compliance is, instead of controlling ex post after submitting the tax return, the tax administration with major taxpayers agree on a framework to operate in, the exchange of information, clear rules, and all that. That is advantageous for taxpayers and the tax administration in terms of greater transparency, lower control costs, better risk management, and for the large corporations, greater legal certainty, predictability, and less cost in litigation. So, in the region, there is no tested evidence of these benefits, but outside of the region, in advanced countries, there is evidence. However, many of the countries with IDP are moving forward in this direction. In Brazil, last year, the program Trust, Confia, and in Peru and Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and Guatemala, we are accompanying in the design. And I think this could be an important area for modernization of the risk management that will lead to greater or higher collection. And finally, I would like to conclude with a comment on digital VAT. In some way, the frontier for new collection. Why is this important? Because VAT is the main pillar of the region, as we saw in the previous presentation. It's the one that collects the highest amounts. And to extend this pillar to the digital universe, it's not a new tax. It is applying the existing VAT that today are out of the system. I was speaking about the 4 determinants of that collection in deficit. These are activities that are out of the present collection system. This is one. And why is this important? Because the size or the magnitude of e-commerce in the region is $168 billion. And the forecasted growth is not exponential, but almost. And also, the region was the one that had the highest growth throughout the world in the recent years, 20% growth. In 2022, vis-a-vis 6% in Europe or 11% in the region of Asia. And today, this potential collection is small, limited, but the risk is not only what is not collected now, but the loss of future revenue vis-a-vis that growing base. And incentives are created for distortions, for wedges, for tax wedges, in that there is unloyal competition between the local vendor versus the one that pays VAT. And so that calls for regulatory arbitration between jurisdictions. But what's important is that there are 14 countries in the region with standardization, with regulations. And what is missing is an effective implementation, a registry of foreign vendors or suppliers, and the capacity of the tax administration to collect and track all these transactions. Fortunately, IDB, jointly with the colleagues here around the table, have worked with a toolkit offering a roadmap for the region on how to implement this. So the take-home message is the base is there, the VAT is the central pillar of the region, the design is approved, it has been tested, and the region has a roadmap to move forward in adapting the rules and the capacity of the tax administration at the pace of digital taxation.
I'd like to conclude with this message, and although we have a very intense agenda in terms of the tax reform, basically we are limited by many factors, and of course we would like to build from the side of tax reforms by building on the pillars that we mentioned.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Vamos a darle la palabra a Santiago, que está...
We would like to offer the floor to Santiago. He will be joining us virtually. Hi, Santiago. Yes. I'd like to share the presentation.
Sí, bueno, en primer lugar, desde luego, agradecer
I would like to first thank ECLAC and all the other partners that have been part of this publication.
con el Fondo Monetario, muchas de las cosas.
And with the IDB and the IMF, many of the things that are going to be presented, well, it is the protagonist of this, but we will be considering the support of these institutions. And of course, I'd like to thank Noel and Admiro for everyone who I admire, and everyone for finding us. And I haven't been able to fully hear all the other presentations, only Marta's, but if you allow me.
Con la materia.
There are some repetitions. The presentation is focused on beginning with these data collections. We see that at CIAT sometimes we supplement this with information with other institutions. Contributing to having better data, and I'm going to make some comments later on the expenditures and other important information and everything we offer in terms of follow-up to reforms, fiscal reforms. It'll all be very fast. The links are on the presentation. These are the data. We have legislation. We're not privy to the presentation.
Es nuestro seguimiento de la recaudación mensual.
So we have the monthly information from our CIAT report. It has been right at the moment of the pandemic, and with COVID, of course, it happened despite the fact that there were certain deficits and debts, and we were able to name it and continue with the follow-up. And we have the data as presented here for the full year. So these data are to be published, and they are maintained they've been stable since June. What we do understand here at the CIAT database, which is Latin America and the Caribbean, minus Latin America, Caribbean, Morocco. What we see for 2025 is that Zoom is
in this publication. You can see there are 243 reforms, most on tax policies and others on tax management. I don't have time to go into that content, although we do have this dynamism in the progress is still in a region that needs to go further into digitalization and electronic billing. When we look at CIT members in Latin America and the Caribbean, the results are different from the continental America. There are many Caribbean countries that have also different kinds of administrations. Informality is a big issue that is now being faced. If you want more detail, I'm sorry, but we ran out of audio. No audio. That wasn't me, she says. Yes, the audio has frozen.
Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Santi, te perdimos por un momento, pero te veo que estás.
I know we are there, Santi. Are you still with us? Are you on?
Santi.
Si quieres solamente con el micrófono y olvida la cámara para no.
Perhaps if you turn off the camera, we will be able to listen better.
So. Santiago. Santiago. No muera. Ahí está, listo. Ya estamos.
We're back for the closing remarks. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know where you lost me. Please be brief. What I'm saying is that I don't know at what moment my presentation was interrupted. It ended when you said you can follow this by Zoom. You said that you can follow by Zoom or Zoom. Zoom. Well, at any rate, I was saying that I recommend the Observatory on Fiscal Reforms document. And you can also have a copy of the presentation. I thank you once more for allowing me to participate, although on virtual means. Thank you very much, Santiago. I thank all of the speakers, and we ran out of time, so we now adjourn for lunch, but there will certainly be time for you to talk to the speakers. And the report can be downloaded. It's already on the website. And let me tell you that we adjourn until 2:30 for session number 4, spending on public investment to narrow structural gaps. Thank you. We'll see you later. And I know the photograph of the authors.
Por mientras los chicos se toman la foto, les paso el aviso que.
I informed that at ECLAC there are 2 options for lunch. There is a cafeteria that offers turnovers, salads, and sandwiches. If you want to
For those that didn't know him well, he had a master's degree in development studies in the UK, Sussex University. In Argentina, he was most renowned as a professor, and before his death, he was a emeritus professor of University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. He was a researcher in the Interdisciplinary Institute of Geopolitics in Argentina, and also a public officer, a public official in different areas. He was advisor to different governments, to different countries throughout the whole region, and outstanding consultant of different agencies, mainly ILO, IDB, World Bank, and of course of ECLAC. Particularly in ECLAC, he was an official here in ECLAC. He was an expert in public policies. And after leaving ECLAC formally, he was a consultant of this agency for many years. And very rightly so, he was one of the persons with the highest presence in this seminar. He attended almost all of these seminars on fiscal policy, and in each one he had contributed with his ideas, view, and technical quality. Remembering him, he leaves a unique legacy that will persist forever and will serve as an encouragement, stimulus for new generations to continue building more cohesion and just societies. Thank you very much.
Bueno.
Well, thank you, Dalmiro, for that deep memory of Oscar. He wanted to be called Oscar, not Oscar. And now we will introduce the panel members that will be with us this afternoon in this panel, session 4. We have Fabio Bertranu, Deputy Director of the ILO Office for Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, Nicole Bidegain, Social Affairs Officer of the Division for Gender Affairs in ECLAC. Hector Villarreal Páez, Director of the Initiative for Economic and Demographic Transition of the Monterrey Institute of Technology in Mexico. And Sonia González Fuentes, Coordinator of the European Union Regional Program, Inclusive Societies in Latin America and the Caribbean, Foundation for the Internationalization of Public Administration. Yeah. Each panel member will have 15 minutes. So, Fabio Bertranu, the floor is yours, please. Thank you, Alberto. Also, I'll take 30 seconds to pay tribute, as I was very touched by your words, Dalmiro, and deeply felt in the report of the Latin American Caribbean Fiscal Outlook. He was a close collaborator with ILO. I met Oscar when he worked here in ECLAC, and we all learned very much from him. And hopefully with the work we keep on doing, we will honor him. Of course, I remember a La Biela in Buenos Aires, drinking coffee and going out for dinner here in Betacura. Well, in order to share, I have a paper which is an exploration to look for common points, the work carried out by ECLAC, that by ILO and other experts, and highly inspired in this legacy of Oscar trying to link public policy issues with fiscal policy, with social protection, and of course from the ILO point of view, that is the world of labor, the world of labor institutions. And this dimension also, which is of interest for José Manuel Salazar, productive policies and productivity, of course. Much of our gaps insofar as informality has to do with productivity or insufficiency of productive policies for a true transformation into a heterogeneous productive structure that advances at different paces, and also it's their link with policies in different areas. This is an attempt to link all of these subjects.
The idea is to provoke and bring about some sort of conversation.
Está el PowerPoint que... Bien. Bueno, ya mencioné el tema de informalidad y heterogeneidad, estas tres figuras que están las voy
We talked about the standardization, and these are some figures that I took from a presentation made by Marco Linas. It is a joint program that we have together with ECLAC.
donde también estamos viendo los temas productivos.
We were looking at Latin America and the Caribbean, productive aspects, and also formal and informal work, as well as, well, we see that 1 out of every 2 workers is informal, and that basically shows us the micro, small, medium, and large company situation and their low, well, how it has to do with the low income, a very limited productive capacity, and the financing of social security protection, social protection, and public finance in general. This is the image of the presentation made by Marco, where we have relative productivity. Here we see the same heterogeneity, the same that we see in 28 countries, with a productivity level that is a little higher and some that are significantly lower in the region. And of course, performance, we see that component that we see for Guyana that explains that leap in productivity per hour. And finally, this graph, which shows us heterogeneity per sector. We also see a huge participation of employment, low productivity, 4 to 5 sectors: agriculture, construction, trade, commerce, social services, manufacturing, and at 20% it starts rising a little with a slightly higher productivity, mining being the highest, but it shows us how we can teach fiscal policies in general, but fiscal and inclusive policies, formalization, most of all. Likewise, we see a description when we look at the distribution of these countries, Peru and Colombia, the distribution of productivity between formal and informal countries. We see an overlapping of these two. This adds an additional issue with policies because we have low productivity and high productivity, and it forces us to think of policies that will fall on companies with similar productivity levels, but some with more formal or informal workers. So we need to think about those that actually have a probability of leaving this informality in the short term, and what instruments we could use as most effective, as given that we have a universe of public policies that is difficult to identify. There's a study that we have underway. One of the studies has determined that between 20 and 30% have a relatively acceptable probability to offer a response to incentives and to get them out of informality. We have formalization with 3 segments of informality. They are restricted by different causes, different phenomena. In literature, we see studies showing exclusion where it would seem that the possibility of reducing costs and could be a path to have less informality. The next one is a set of economic units. We have the free riders with very low productivity, and then we have the subsistence, which are too low productivity, and that strategy would have to do more on the side of stimulating productive stimulus, and so that they could rise with some sort of productivity. And in the middle, we have this large set of free riders, where we have part of the voluntary contributions, and where it would seem that the main dilemma is how we articulate this enforcement with the incentives. The question is, in this recent history, we've had significant accrued experience to promote and implement other alternative schemes, simplified schemes, so as to include these micro companies and freelance workers. So if these mechanisms of formalization are leading to having economic units transiting towards an increase of productivity because they have moved to informality, or are we simply in front of the idea that if we have a sort of precarious formalization that is more about an administrative situation that doesn't allow these economic units to have a growth trajectory, but they could have a more systemic effect. But
formalización precaria, formalización.
Pero we have precarious productivity with a percentage of economic units that have surpassed this, but they don't have a productivity that allows generating a contributory effect on taxes, and potentially it could generate some fiscal liabilities and social security or to other rights or services that could be the result of these labor institutions or social institutions. For example, the right to professional training or different kinds of training, or those associated with informality. So the conjecture is, to what extent is formalization generating fiscal liabilities, and what dimension would they have? And well, we do work about single taxation or revenue. And in Argentina, we saw this very much, and it was very successful in attracting workers with a low contributory capacity, but it was very positive in terms of income to finance social security. And we saw a movement of those workers that were paying taxes in the general contributory level to the other, but this in general was positive for the social security system. I'm not sure if I've passed my 5 minutes. No. So the question is, conceptually, how do we bring this to a simplified model of income that is explained in the fiscal balance with the tax contributions, with a tax on consumption? And of course, this variable is strictly or closely linked to productivity of labor and economic units. However, the expenditure has an endogenous nature that is explained by that relative level of formalization and productivity. So the idea is, beyond the correlation that we see between formalization and productivity, how can we unravel the situation and understand which formalization instruments we can use to have a notion of which is the potential impact and the liabilities that could generate a formalization policy through special regimes, simplified regimes, which are the ones that have been generalized in many countries. There's a high variety. Last week I was in a seminar in Peru and I was surprised to see 4 different regimes for small economic units, small companies, and they were growing significantly. One was growing significantly as compared to others that were more that had a higher tax burden. Brazil, well, we also have a significant evidence of the effects of simplified processes. We have the MEI program in Brazil of micro entrepreneurs, and the Rocha de Faria study shows how this regime showed a significant increase in social expenditure, and many of these registers are implemented together with contributory programs or semi-contributory programs. There is evidence from Levi on the popular insurance opportunities, and of course without a correlation with productivity. But what we try to measure is the benefits in the medium and long term that imply these registers. That means we need to register even if it's in a precarious manner because their contributions are very low. We the families and the workers that are registered there have access to a series of services, welfare services that are positive and help them in the long term. And they also accumulate human capital, access to preventative health control appointments or controls. And in the medium to long term, they are positive for them. Also, the social security system had an impact on, in the sense that they were not necessarily robust as others that we see in the labor world. And we saw the impact and the accumulation of the reduction of child mortality and other health indicators. So the question is, this fiscal liability in the short term, could it be partly a social investment in capital, human capital, with deferred or lagged returns that would improve the future tax base? Because we have few tools to calculate the actual value of these benefits. My time is up, so I just wanted to quickly share with you that there is an essay, study that tries to characterize these 3 spaces where we would start to look at these formalization policies. This space or precarious formalization could show a negative balance. The productive base is insufficient to address the social security protection, but precarious formalization could have a different impact in terms of human capital, and this would be a consequence to analyze the fiscal balance. The second area is a transition zone, and that would have to do with the
económicas, los trabajadores cuentapropistas que están incluidos.
That would include the transition area where we would have to take a look at the different shocks and analyze how they can leave the economic units above or below the specific level, and how they would contribute to social security, and whether the taxes would actually compensate for future measures. And finally, a virtuous circle where the milestone would be more about formalization of that set of economic units, which would allow bringing forward a more sustained level.
This seems to be a pretty busy graph, but it allows us to identify the precarious formality and the virtuous cycle. The question then, what's happening in the different countries? What if we were to do this in these countries when we design formality policies, creating incentives, and also with better enforcement in revisiting the mechanisms for simplification in Social Security, in tax issues, and fiscal balance. Now, for possible implications on this policy. First, we must see not just the short-term effects, but see a scopier effect. We must look at what's happening with the companies and also trying to verify the more dynamic effects in human capital and future human impact. And we must take a look at the most appropriate instruments and what are the priorities to be set. Not just any kind of tax simplification regime or single taxation system can be applied all over. Now, this is something that must be studied from a legal standpoint, and there are different things involved in having the same law for all economic units. And then we have fiscal management and a time frame. We have to look at the fiscal liabilities that may be accrued. And we must also understand that these are a series of policies, both the physical, productive, and social. They are a result of a process. At ILO, we believe that there must be a part having to do with sustainability. Not all instruments have the same effect. Not all have the same fiscal effect. So we have to have a dialogue and have a link between the social, physical, and productive policies. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Fabio. That was very interesting for all tax experts here in looking at the contingent tax liabilities. And what you said at the end is pretty important. That every um, policy, every public policy that wants to solve a problem in the region, one of every two uh, job taker is a formal one. So we must have sustainable policies. We're not just talking about fiscal sustainability and social protection, sustainability, but all of these processes must be sustainable in time. We now hand over to Nicole Bidegain from the Gender Division ECLAC. She will talk about the gender perspective in fiscal policy. Thank you, Alberto. On behalf of Anna Westman, I'd like to bring in an ongoing work on gender that aims at promoting guidelines to streamline gender perspective in fiscal policy from the side of spending and also from the side of revenues. Let's take a look at the relevance of this initiative. But first, I will show the diagnosis. According to data from our observatory on gender in the region, 1 of every 2 women in the region is out of the labor market, and 1 of every 4 has no income. And the difference is 1 of every 10. Unemployment, there women are overrepresented. And something important that we heard yesterday from our executive secretary has to do with the overburden of care tasks that women have. And here in the region, women devote 3 times the amount of hours than men in this. And when you ask the women, what are the reasons? Why are they out of the labor market? More than half women stated that had to do because of the care they must provide to members of the family. So I would say that tackling this unpaid care work and informality could have a very strong impact in the labor market. What was also seen here has to do with the trend related to aging, climate change, migration, and all of these phenomena that are bringing in a crisis in care. On the one hand, the demand for care grows, but we are facing a lack of infrastructure and services to face this demand. So they all go to the shoulders of women. We believe that we must identify the fact that the fiscal policies are not neutral because they operate in an uneven field. According to their design, they can even get this even worse, or if they're well done, they may improve it. Now, investment in the care society is one of the necessary changes to overcome development traps. Based on what we heard yesterday, together with ILO, we have been working in an investment simulator for care policies. And here at ECLAC, we are working to have a better data quality for the region. By 2035, those investments to encourage a series of care policies would be of about 4.3% of GDP in the region. That is a big effort. And we must see, though, that there are differences between the countries involved. We see Uruguay and Barbados, where the effort would be of 2%, and the other countries of more than 10, such as Nicaragua. It depends on the current infrastructure, additional investment, aging, demography, etc. But this is something interesting. We're trying to, at UN, identify the inequalities and how to make headway into gender equality policies that will also have an impact in growth and women's participation in the job market. This could encourage the formation of 1.3 million jobs by 35. And according to these estimations, 18% of that investment in care could be recovered through tax revenue from different sources. These are the examples that we bring because we're in interesting times in order to go deeper in the analysis of the link between fiscal policy and gender equality. Last year, at the Regional Conference on Women in the region, the member states of ECLAC approved the Tlatelolco Agreement that brings in instruments for gender equality. And this focused how to speed up this endeavor, and how can we really implement these accelerators in order to reach equality. There are three means of implementation that are under Tlatelolco. There are 10 clusters involved. I'd like to talk about the measures that were approved under financing and cooperation. Let me leave this here. The idea was to encourage progressive policies with a gender perspective, specific funding mechanisms together to harness resources. And equally interesting, that has not been debated much, but that involves strengthening regional cooperation to fight tax evasion and elusion, and to end unlawful financial flows, improving fiscal collection. There are agreements related to this area, and all member states had promised to go through this. The idea was to have a tax on corporate tax and on wealth in order to get more resources for gender equality. Now, we have to have more resources yet, but we must also take a look at what's happening in terms of financing for development and encourage tax collection in the region that is basic in order to continue forward in having more fiscal space. This agreement also refers to the importance of having a greater tax base, but collection is done through progressive means. from a gender standpoint, this
gender equality. And also there are several countries that are incorporating measures, above all, tied to mitigating the impact, the regressive impact, and thinking of deductions for care. And so taxation, this is something that has to be analyzed to see the impact, but it would seem important to take into account this, that there are various home structures with different burdens, and so the tax system should consider the contributory capacity of each household, especially those led by women. That is key. I would like to say that guidelines addressed 3 axes: information systems and others, regulatory framework, because these are the ones that at ECLAC we think are key to mainstream gender within public policy, and because this allows institutional financial sustainability of the policies and extending the scope. And what we've identified in relation to the fiscal policy, that there is progress in terms of the regulatory frameworks, institutionality, especially in countries that have budgeting with a gender approach, that they can link the two, and each time there's an interest in making progress with taxation as well. Regarding the fiscal institutions and gender, this is key to ensure the sustainability of processes. In the document, we are also giving interesting examples of how to do ex ante and ex post gender impact studies, and how these are key to design policies or make tax reforms. And in fact, how all of this information is in turn key to strengthen transparency, accountability, and ensuring that there are mechanisms that include the civil society to have a space for accountability to citizens and move ahead in the democratization of the information and also the legitimacy, so that fiscal policies with a gender approach help transform inequalities and encourage better cohesion societies with high levels of development. And lastly, I wanted to highlight that there are several challenges in furthering these things in the region, and one has to do with how to move ahead with mainstreaming the gender approach throughout the budgetary process and have specific financing for projects that are key to achieve equality. Another major challenge that Fabio mentioned, and also it was mentioned for other topics, but this is also very pertinent to women. The medium to long-term horizon to ensure the sustainability and the multiplying impact of investment in gender equality, it has to goes far beyond the annual approach, but seeing things with a long-term view. And we must capture that better. There are many challenges in relation to information systems. On the budget side, at ECLAC, we have been working on this together with the governments. We need to avoid overestimating or underestimating expenditure and move towards methodologies that are harmonized. And so there are a series of a series of challenges regarding information systems. And then lastly, how to extend the fiscal space and maximize the resources available, understanding the complex context that we're going through, global asymmetries, the vulnerability of the region, and the space each time more restricted due to dynamics that transcend the room for maneuver of countries. But nevertheless, we must continue ahead in order to mobilize more resources to favor equality. So thank you very much, and we're pleased to receive your contributions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for that presentation on the gender approach and the fiscal policy. If I have to highlight something, what has been done here at ECLAC in terms of assigning 4.7% of GDP to this type of policy is basically, among other things, very much related, as Chloe, the way that Nicole ended her presentation. Yesterday, we were told the regions need to have a greater fiscal space. Among other things, it is to take responsibility for the social themes and demands and other matters. And in that sense, we in this panel will see the demographic impacts. And that is why we have here Hector Villarreal, Director of the Initiative for Economic and Demographic Transition, Tecnológico de Monterrey, and who will be speaking about this. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alberto. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here, and I thank ECLAC for the invitation. An embrace for Oscar. My presentation supplements what was said by Fabio as well as what was said by Nicole. The main thesis that I will be working with is that Latin America needs a new social security. The idea has been floating in the air at this seminar since yesterday, and I would like to try and explain two tools that I believe would help pave the way. Social Security for Latin America was designed with a very different rationale. To begin, it assumed a young population. And this is something that is changing and at a speed that is surprising. It is no longer possible to think of public finances in the region without the demographic approach. The change is coming, and it's coming fast, and this will be important. The other assumption is that the Social Security took it for granted that many people would access the formal market, but some countries have done it more than others, but it's not rare to see informality at 30–40% in our countries. This means that not much is being spent in health, and we're accumulating a number of difficulties there. In some cases, it's pathetic. Mexico, with a 2.6% of GDP in public spending in health, would seem to be a substantially poorer country. And so private spending must intervene to supplement all this. But it's usually very poor quality private spending because it is out-of-pocket payments that impoverish people. Now, the problem is, what happens when you want people to access the formal market? There are components that have weight. First, contributions to Social Security for low wages proportionally can be quite considerable. It can also be taxes, but also, in many occasions, there are certain benefits that when people enter the formal market that they lose. And so here you have a group of three costs. And the truth is that if people do not value taking part in Social Security, these payments are seen as a sort of tax. And that creates a negative setting. So, in technical terms, this is a cliff effect. And when you wonder what happens when you go from informality to formality, I'm going to skip through this very quickly, but essentially, I repeat, you have the three costs: Social Security contributions, possible taxes, and also no longer enjoying certain benefits. And so, the first instrument that we would have to be working with is, well, we need new instruments. The World Bank, a few months back, published a report that was very interesting in formalizing jobs. And one of the conclusions was we need to make Social Security interesting. But also, this will happen with a Bismarckian model. I appreciate the experiment being carried out in Brazil, but I think that that logic is not realistic for most of our countries. And the problem, one of the things that has killed off the rationale of Social Security is this idea that we must move towards a universal health system financed with general taxation. For the great majority of our countries, that is not valid. And I do not believe that that will work, at least in the short to medium term. And so we would have to see how to strengthen precisely the Bismarckian rationale. I think that here what we need are three subcomponents. First, the payments into Social Security. Second, graduated premiums. That is, for many people, it is necessary to see what are their income and that the government should pay for one part of these contributions, but ideally people should be paying in their contribution, and the full premium is paid for only by the government for those people who are living in extreme poverty. And third, what we need is for private insurers to talk to Social Security
and start to consider the performance of longer-term instruments. We will not be saved from certain level of private expenditure, but hopefully that would occur in prepayment and in the whole structure of a broader system, not as post-payment or pocket expenditure that will only impoverish. Now, I go into the second instrument, trying to respect time, but very often this informality has been promoted from governments themselves. You have part of your population paying income tax with Social Security, and a large part of the population saying, well, I will have indirect taxes, and everything I will be doing it through social transfers or cash transfers. So the informality is in the origin. Now, the second instrument is to try to have social programs and transfers to become negative taxes in the income system. How can we, or revenue system, how can we pay these contributions? And I think all the incentives, correct incentives, could gradually have more formality in the population. I know it's not politically correct to say it, but we need to affiliate healthy persons, as was the case of Obamacare. So I think it is a matter of placing the correct incentives so as not to be out of this system with cash control, with more digitalization, and then finally, the main idea of this negative tax is to take care of the fiscal cliff. It cannot be that when becoming formal, the marginal cost will be so high. It has to be smoothed out, the whole process, both the premiums, the putting all social programs via negative taxes should be an instrument of great help. Only 1 minute to this point, so that this new social security to work, and so that we can see health financing and caregiving financing, we need to concentrate on pensions. If the expenditure in pensions keeps on growing at the rates of today, well, truly, there is not going to be a fiscal system that will be able to cover that. And this, in countries like Brazil and Argentina, they have high collections, but in Mexico, really, those that are taking home pensions have really ruined the whole fiscal space. And we run the risk that soon we will have to have a fiscal reform, maybe a small one or medium size, but after 3 or 4 years, it will be eaten up by pensions. And we need to do important things. So it's when we have, once the transition generation is out, the aging of the population will be most significant. We should be working there in the transition generation. I know it is a political system that, with a sad parametric reform, it's almost, I mean, Macron was almost out of office because of that, but we need to do it. We need institutions in the fiscal councils or fiscal rules that accompany this process is something we will need to address. Fiscal sustainability test. One of the things that I've been able to discuss with Alberto Arenas, with Noel, on many occasions, fiscal transition that we are experiencing forces us to have fiscal cost evaluations, to have them in longer terms. All the proposals need to tolerate 20 years evaluation, and with fiscal changes. Otherwise, we will be proposing things that are not feasible, and simply problems are accumulating. So a double test for this whole proposal, fiscal sustainability. On the one hand, it has to come with incentives aligned to formalization. And my last minutes, I will begin with an announcement. There is a knowledge community being formed to discuss health systems in Latin America. The main players are Tecnológico of Monterrey, Uniandes from Colombia, and Catholic University of Chile. There will be a meeting in September, one first seminar. If you're interested, please, during coffee time, you can register and participate. Can we design systems of social protection for people to value in order to participate, and that governments may finance throughout the demographic transition? If the answer is yes, you need to build the instruments supporting that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Héctor. Primero por acompañarnos acá.
Thank you, Hector, first for being with us in this regional seminar. And I concur with you in one topic of your presentation, and this I mention in capital letters. The proportion of persons who are 65 or older in the total population is around, in Latin America, 10%. Europe, and please, I apologize to Europe, old continent, Europe went to from 10 to 20% in 57 or 60 years. And the region will make that transition in 30 years. So the accelerated aging we have in the region will have transformations in social protection and different dimensions, but will have a fiscal significant impact that once again confirms the need of doing many, many things in fiscal policy, but be prepared for a different fiscal space than that of the region now in order to face the demands of the future. Fine. So this intervention, the final intervention, will be Sonia Gonzalez from the European Union, Inclusive Societies, Global Gateway. Sonia, you have 15 minutes. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Alberto. I also pay tribute to Oscar, who was part of the council in a very important program that was social policies, Eurosocial, Eurosocial. So we thank Oscar, and also we thank ECLAC for having invited our program to take part here so that we can introduce, or rather present, what we are doing. We are still in a phase of programming. We have just started implementation. I think it's the time is right now to present this program. Inclusive Societies has as purpose reducing inequalities and focuses on young women, vulnerable groups. But we have an explicit mandate from the EU or the European Commission to promote the social dimension of the global gateway investment agenda. This agenda is part of a strategy that the EU launched in 2021 in order to mobilize public and private investments and wants to drive infrastructure, promote sustainable and quality infrastructures in order to facilitate among member countries and globally as well, a green and digital transition in order to strengthen health resilience and promote education and innovation. Here on this graph or this slide, you can see what the EU calls flagship projects. These are iconic projects in Latin America, and I'm sure they are examples of concrete results that this global gateway investment agenda can offer for Latin America. It is truly an agenda globally with around 256 initiatives, wants to mobilize more than 400 billion euros in investments until 2027 in Latin America. It would be 45 billion of the European team, that is the EU member states, financial institutions, European Investment Bank, and private sector. But this investment agenda not only wants to promote infrastructure or physical infrastructure, wants to adopt as well a 360 degrees approach. You can see that on that wheel where the EU has placed in the center its values in democratic governance, respect of human rights, environmental and social, labor standards, gender equity, and reduction of inequalities that is cross-sectional throughout the whole theory of change, and offers a broad range of financial instruments in order to see to the needs of member countries. Funds, professional funds, non-reimbursable financial guarantees, blending funds that bring together loans and non-reimbursable funds. And in sum, the message is that it depends on how the investment is implemented. It may contribute to reduce inequalities or can even deepen those inequalities. these inclusive societies has with other projects and funds, so that through technical cooperation or assistance can make that 360 degrees approach not be only a declaration of principles, but be a true tangible reality. In fact, we are going to implement very soon some actions in order to guarantee for those investments in strategic and dynamic sectors like sustainable transportation, clean energy, circular economy, critical minerals, and so forth, be equitable, those investments, be efficient and transformative. And this is the added value that the EU wants to show. The gap is not only one of investments, but rather of capacity in order to transform that investment into well-being. And that is something that can be contributed from the EU. And also, this program to be placed within this global strategy or investment agenda in Global Gateway that we need to assist, to display, but always trying to promote social agenda around those investment projects. I will explain the how now. How can we do it? Truly, ECLAC has proposed a series of 11 major transformations of the development model in the countries of the region that is deemed to be indispensable in order to move towards a more inclusive, sustainable development. We believe that these inclusive society programs can have an impact in these transformations.
Our objective is not necessarily, well, it is to reduce inequalities and to build this sense of belonging of citizens to society. And the European Union has elaborated or has developed an approach for reduction of inequalities with an operational perspective, where all of the development projects need to integrate these 4 axes that come in this presentation. One of these is the beneficiaries approach, and we need to take a look at the more vulnerable groups throughout all the phases of the project cycle. The second would be redistribution. We prioritize actions or interventions that benefit over, well, the bottom 40, but also incorporating actions that increase their relative position. So not just impacting the bottom 40, but also including actions that help the top 10. The third is accountability, producing disaggregated data, transparent and open data with feedback mechanisms. And the fourth is the spatial inequality or territorial analysis, which we include to identify and reduce subnational inequalities. When you're looking at investment, these projects are concentrated in some territories and they are strongly anchored. So we need to look at the intervention strategies and take a look at the inequalities at a territory level as well. So taking into account this approach and adding a transformative approach, a gender approach, we've also prioritized some lines of work. And the most important one is the identity, science, and gender equality, working on all 3 autonomies, economic empowerment of women, and care society. I will resume this later, and we've seen a lot of this, the expansion and social protection, taking a look at how we do these transitions And Alberto saw this in, well, the demographic transition, the technological revolution, and how this is affecting everything. And informality, we also talked about that in the panel. We're also going to work on strengthening technical and professional training, education, linked to certain products and initiatives for investment and the promotion of access to the labor market, younger women and other more vulnerable collectives, promoting more collaborative governance, inclusive, participative, with a need for dialogue, for social policies, productive social policies. We're coming from Mexico, where we have another project of the European cooperation, also in the framework of this global investment agenda, transparency and access to public information, as well as the fact that all this needs to work together. It is a key instrument that the state has, not only to stimulate growth, but also to comply with these objectives of welfare and redistribution. I also remember this phrase by Daniel Titelman in the framework of some fiscal policy seminar or some other, where he said the fiscal policy is the most political of all policies, and it has a key role in the sustainable development model and the reduction of inequalities. And we need to see how we can make it compatible, efficiency. And
Se debería cargar una más, pero bueno, mientras se carga. Por último, sí que
while we charge it, I would like to emphasize the areas of intervention and our offer within the framework of public finance. And it is a line that we are reactivating, and there are many areas of intervention. We've included some new ones. Of course, we'll continue working on obstacles of structural character with an effective impact of fiscal policy, and trying to look at what we saw this morning: informality, evasion, and improving statistics and fiscal transparency. Of course, working on institutional weaknesses has to do with the capacity of the state to invest and redistribute. But as Noel said, it's about working from the size of expenditure and income and being more specific, looking at public expenditure, the objective program, reducing economic, social, territorial, and gender groups, and numerous aspects related to the public, the budget. And we've seen a delay in planning in Latin America, and it is something that we would like to put up for debate, because we feel that it's interesting to go back to this and plan. We have spending reviews, trying to improve efficiency and to allocate resources without having much impact.
Global Gateway. Retomaremos también los temas.
We're also going to look at any aspect that is sensitive to gender And then we'll also try to find allies.
Y hemos incorporado.
And finally, we've included something new, integration of environmental criteria, social, as well with public purchases. Trying to promote sustainable investments, inclusive investments. So on the side of processes, we're going to continue with the progressive taxation, trying to reduce inequalities. We were talking about direct taxes on property and wealth. Fiscal incentives to attract investment in strategic sectors of global gateway as far as it's enough for reducing social impact, and I'd like to stress this. And if you look at the importance of the tax expenditure and redesign of expenditure to guarantee that it is effective in the prevention of equitable solutions. We also have a transformative solution, potential solution. It's seen as a strategic area. Nicole mentioned this, and also we were trying to include it as part of the global gateway innovation, and with public-private partnerships that would allow expanding the care services and the infrastructure for the elderly and dependents, with fiscal measures in support of dependents, elderly and children. And we're going to launch this with fiscal means, and also maternity and paternity leaves. And Cristina can correct me if I am getting anything wrong. And another area we're going to work on is the financial inclusion of the more vulnerable sectors by means of the access to digital systems. We also have voluntary actions and informal and vulnerable groups with innovative aspects. We have green bonds, and we're going to get to know some experiences in Latin America, social bonds as well, linked to the SDGs. And I feel it's important to stress that another area of work is going to be the strengthening of institutional capacities to improve the interoperability between public administrations that they interact with, or that the taxpayers interact with for information. And these are there's something here that we like very much, that we feel we do well because of all the experience we have with our dialogue groups, is the promotion of dialogue to generate agreements and social and fiscal pacts necessary to carry out urgent reforms and creating intergovernmental instances, intersectorial and multi-level, that we feel at times like this are of the essence. That is all. I'll stop here, and if you have any questions, I'm at your disposal. Thank you very much, Sonia. Aside from a program that is quite comprehensive here, we have social development and working with the support provided by the countries. Well, all the panelists have done very well with the timekeeping, and we have time for a few questions. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias por las presentaciones.
Thank you for presentations. They're all very interesting, and I'd like to Make a few comments on what Nicole mentioned on fiscal policy and gender with a cross-cutting perspective. I thought it was quite interesting and relevant. We've made a lot of progress in the last few years, and we have men and women. We can see this in all over the world, even in most advanced societies. If we look at the different indicators and political powers, there are some that are substantial. And there are some things that don't really make reference to in your presentation, Nicole, that I find quite relevant, is the gap in paid work and salary gap. And it may cause women getting less training than men. They end up, well, they finish their studies in a greater proportion than men, although it is true that there is a clear bias in training. Women train more in care, in health and social services, humanities, and the arts. I would like to know your opinion on what we're facing in terms of these changes that we're going to see in the labor world.
We know that in science, math, engineering, these are the best paid professions and that perhaps have more future. Now, I wonder, how is AI going to affect the labor market? I think that AI supposedly will bring in a democratization of knowledge, but that is why we feel that it would have an impact. So gender perspective must be considered when we think about AI. What is equally relevant, Sonia just talked about this recently. We know that in Europe, the latest surveys on unpaid work shows how little we have made progress vis-a-vis the last survey that was conducted 4 years ago. We see a clear presence of many more hours performed by women, and this has increased once they bear children. The unpaid work and paid work are the two faces of the same coin. Until men don't participate in the care system, we won't be successful in leveling off the field. We do have measures, and we have been doing this in different ways. We have provided some special attention to this, but often these subsidies or aid increase the role women have as caregivers. That is why the example of maternity or paternity leave, and by the way, last year we brought at ECLAC one of our studies on this. But that, as I was saying, something that can be improved. The Spanish experience is a clear case where the leaves are equal, 100% paid between men and women, and this cannot be transferred. Once these policies are well made, they work very well in Spain. Men have already taken up the role of caregivers at least at the beginning of the child's life. Very well. Anybody else? Any other question? I would like to speak in English because that would probably be better.
Interesting. I'm from Brazil, from the subsecretary of Fiscal Policy there. And I think especially all the presentations, but I've been thinking about the connections between Fabio's presentation as an actor and the dimension that the program, like May program that I've mentioned, Fabio, the evidence that we have there is that instead of formalizing the informal, it has been the quality of that formal means by pushing formal workers through this type of digitization, as we say in Brazil. And that connects with how to think about solutions and social protection and the health system, and the way that by increasing formalization, there's has been less effective in raising taxes as it was in the past because of these alternative forms. So in one side, we think about alternatives and how to formalize it follows that again short tax bills. And also by treating different wages and profits, and those are the ones earning profits, and also diminish the capacity of raising funds for social protection. So in this sense, we're increasingly thinking that we should try to think of income as income, respectively as wage or profit, and as a contribution and income tax to finance our social protection. So that would be very interesting to hear your thoughts on different ways that we can diminish the effective tax on contribution wages.
Or eventually even boosting formalization, but on the other hand, increasing taxes on incomes irrespectively of how they were earned. One last comment just for the debate. There are some evidences now on the other side of how fiscal policy can increase formalization, mainly through general equilibrium effects of social transfers. So I think that's also a dimension that have not been mentioned, but I think it's very important to understand this general equilibrium effects on the demand side of the story in terms of formalization. So yes, thank you.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a tener la última pregunta, o por acá.
Creo
Por
que la
favor.
fue antes, ¿no?
Por favor, por favor. Rodrigo.
Muy rápido, un comentario y una pregunta.
I have a question and a comment. I heard a couple of occasions the expression fiscal space for other means, but I think that would be a contradiction. We build in fiscal space for emergencies to lower interest rates and that sort of thing. So that was my comment. Now, Fabio, a question addressed to you. When we talk about the regulation of our labor market and formality, we see that there are reflections that must be made on that. What do you think? Can you endorse? Okay. We will be here until 4:15. I know that there are two more. We will give some room for the answers because we don't have much time. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the speakers on these excellent presentations, how to narrow this gap. Fabio perhaps could comment on with his experience in the efforts to reduce structural gaps, having in mind the high levels of informalities in the region. In your experience, and in talking about single taxes, is that very effective? Is it a gradual instrument? Could you please provide light on this? Do you have any evidence? And in view of high levels of formality, can you talk about the Dominican Republic? Because I doubt if it's better to reduce costs, whether tax, fiscal cost, or government tax, or to reduce the informality through other means in order to reduce this gap. Thank you. I congratulate you, Alberto, for allowing me to hold this question. I asked Jessica and the executive secretary because they have talked about a political issue involved in these policies. This is something very interesting. What political coalitions favor these measures and which do not? Could this be discussed tomorrow when we talk about the coalitions? Very well. Now we hand over for the speakers to respond to these questions. Fabio, you have a minute and a half. Noel, how long do we have? Now 2 minutes each speaker. You have the floor, Fabio. First of all, there are different topics and different questions. that deserve our attention. Hector, in talking about contributive and non-contributive, we've been working on this, but in truth, in the productive world, in the labor markets, in the labor world, we have a big in-between segment that has sparse contributive possibilities. So where do we focus our policies for formalization and others with this big mid-segment of the population? Oscar and I, 15 years ago, talked about Argentina and monotribute and in making institution of the non-contributory part of the scheme. Now, we already have a term that has been coined, contributory or non-contributory. But the truth is, we don't really understand how these mechanisms may work. Mono tax in Argentina seemed fantastic, but in Argentina, when we studied it better, it involves more risks than benefits. The principle is very promising because it is related to a big segment of those that are not covered, those who were outside of the system. But then the whole system started failing. I remember that people warned us about the monotribute would destroy VAT. So I think that yes, we have so many question marks, so many dilemmas, and we must learn from the experiences of all of our countries. But that doesn't mean that we don't have simplified systems for the transition period. But how do we go from this transition into a full system so as not to continue with more informality and avoid having more and more workers that are trapped in this precarious formality? And finally, let us mention something with the comments here made, and that is a discussion of the in-between, the semi-contributory, because this has a very important impact on women, because most of them are in between these segments. Rodrigo Valdez asked, what's happening with the labor regulation discussions? We must go into more effective labor regulation, such as having to do with the maternity or paternity leaves and the labor contributions. But we must reflect the reality of the labor markets and the need to face the demographic transition where more women will be part of the labor market. Nicole? I agree with Christina's reflection. Indeed, education in itself doesn't correlate with women in the jobs. I would say that the care system affects women's labor status. Women, yes, study, they graduate, and perhaps even better than men. But when you look at the careers, 10% of women with university levels are in the STEM professions as comparing to men in education and health. There, women are more abundant. Now, there is work to be done here. And this combines with the question that has to do with technology and AI. And this is going to disrupt the labor markets, supposedly, but that is not quite clear. We don't know what's going to happen. There are things that have to do with automation and men and women and how the gender situation will take up the labor market in the future. But there are high quality jobs that are being offered now in things related to programming and technology. But the gap still has not closed between men and women for these jobs. But that gives room for another analysis. And the care sector, even though it's ill paid with bad conditions, and still we have to look at how there are supporting technologies that contribute to help people who have some kind of dependency, but there are other skills as well. And I think that there is room for new jobs to come that will be needed in the future. Secondly, at ECLAC, we're working on social joint responsibility. The participation of women in the labor market was not paired with the same for men. And this means that the state must take up that empty room. Communities, other women must make up for that. So that is why we must encourage co-responsibility between men and women and more participation of women in taking care to leave more time for women to go into the labor market. Thank you. Hector, you're on. Yes, I will be quick in answering. I will start with Rodrigo's question. Indeed, there is a very big effect on equilibrium, and in as much as we change technology that will give more yield for some sectors, then it will be very important to bear that in mind. It's very interesting to hear about the tax base or taxable base. But that would give the need for a whole seminar only on this topic. I would say that this is very interesting. We run the risk of having more precarious jobs in taking people from the informal world. But I think I would reduce this topic into the following. Social security must be attractive. It must provide a series of rights, but with a rationale of social contract, as Jessica well said. We should be clear about what you must pay to receive all of that and what would be the mechanism to do so. And as to Juan Carlos' question,
I think that there is a very simple starting point. You cannot, not you, Juan Carlos, but any citizen cannot be part of a social program if you don't have an RFC or an equivalent active register. That's the starting point. What Alberto was saying, demographic transition, at the same time, would allow the government to do an NTA or generational accounts and begin seeing how the fiscal system would have various cuts that we would have to make more explicit. Well, thank you, Hector. Sonia? No, I have a series of questions, but I believe that we can leave them for coffee. All right, so I would say three things. First of all, thank all the speakers for their engagement in this fourth panel on spending and public investment. The second, thank Noel once again for having invited me to moderate this regional seminar several decades back. I was here at the regional seminar on fiscal policy, and several decades ago we met Oscar, as we called him. And Oscar was one of the people who asked us to attend the regional seminar on fiscal policy to see not only tax analysis, but have a panel on spending and public investment. So I close by remembering Oscar, and a big hand for him. Thank you. Well, we'll be back at 4:30 for the next session.
Bueno, bienvenidos a la última sesión.
Welcome to the last session of this afternoon. It's a challenge of subnational public finance. Marta Ruiz will be presenting. She is of the IDB, and Almiro Moran of Economic Development Division of ECLAC. That will will last 15 to 20 minutes. Then we would have a series of comments by Veronica Leiza, head of the institution's Strengthening Division Office of Planning and Budget, Uruguay. Juan José Galeano, advisor on social and economic affairs to the President of the Republic of Paraguay. Celia Carvalho, President of the Ibero-American Forum for Intergovernmental Budgetary and Fiscal Coordination and the Group of State Finance Managers of Brazil. And Alejandra Macias Sanchez, Executive Director, Center for Economic and Budgetary Research, Mexico. So please, you have the floor now.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. This is the last session of the day, and we are here with Marta Ruiz Arranz from ITB. We will be presenting in a preliminary manner a publication that is part of a project of cooperation. It's a cooperation project between IDB and ECLAC. The first version was in 2022. Outlook of fiscal relations among government levels in Latin America and the Caribbean. And so we'll make a joint presentation. I will be referring to the first slide, and then Marta will continue. Before beginning, I would like to mention and thank all those who have contributed to the first version of this document, as well as to the second version of this document. It has included efforts from Noel Pérez, Axel Ramírez, Ignacio Rueda, Francisco Vázquez, Elisa Naneda, Andrea Guardia, and a large number of colleagues and consultants that have contributed to the first version of the document. And this was in 2022. At the time, I wasn't here, but it was wisely decided to publish it every 4 years so as to show the changes that have occurred in subnational finances. It is the same year of the World Cup, but I guess it's not related. Anyhow, this document, what was sought from the very start is to become regional benchmark on statistics and description of how subnational finances are organized. Finances of subnational governments throughout the whole region. And in the document, not only figures and statistics are included, but the idea is to address recent reforms that have been introduced, specific characteristics of some countries, or specific examples, and also challenges and opportunities that the work team has identified throughout these 4 years. Also, this document has one first chapter, not an introduction, but one first chapter summarizing regional trends on this matter. And it is also supplemented by a set of 26 country tables, or where the idea is to summarize and describe how subnational finances are structured in each one of the Latin American countries. These tables, or that of Brazil, has 6 basic thematic lines. How is the public sector organized? Key topics that are identified for each one of the countries, and the evolution of decentralization processes and organization of subnational public sector. There's an important axis on expenditure, not only how subnational governments spend and what are their responsibilities, and what is the revenue they have, what's the level, the debt, how is the debt made up of different elements, and how those fiscal relations are organized among government levels. I mean, central government, intermediate, and local governments. So briefly, I will describe these trends, and then I'll give the floor to Marta. To identify these major features that we found, and that also are in the new publication, in Latin America, there are more than 17,300 subnational governments. Most of them, the majority, are local governments. And what we found is that the population is mainly concentrated in capital cities and some relevant cities. In larger countries, you have other cities that are not the capital city, but do have urban development at large level. And this is related to territorial inequality that is found in the interior of the country. It's clear and evident, especially in large countries, in the larger ones, or more decentralized, the level of territorial or land inequality that not only exists at economic level, but also geographically. Population-wise, the most updated figures suggest that intermediate governments have a population between 1 and 3 million inhabitants, and local governments have a lower level of population, between 30 and 70,000 inhabitants. As to the election of authorities, at local level, practically all except Barbados have popular elections, and at intermediate level, less than half of the countries do have that possibility to have elections. And in the first version of the document, we provided statistics or figures that we followed in this future publication.
And what we're looking for is to identify how many women would take executive positions. And what we saw is that in this period that we analyzed, several years, we did see growth, but it continued to remain at a low level. The last figure we have is 15% of the executive position is occupied by women. Now, moving on to the size of the subnational government in the region, what you can see there, in average, and for the region, is that the subnational expenditure is a quarter of the total expenditure, but the average usually hides significant heterogeneity, and you may not see it, but I can tell you. The countries you see up there, countries like Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Peru have subnational expenditure that is significant. It contrasts with the countries of the Caribbean, with Central America, and it's usually much lower. And when we take this as an aggregate, in an aggregate manner, we see that Well, on the left, there are countries where local governments are either very significant compared to intermediate ones, or they are the only level of government that contributes to the total expenditure. And in other countries, in the middle, well, the government has a significant weight, which is Argentina mostly, where the provinces have a significant level of expenditure compared to the municipalities. And what we observed, and we maintained this is the average for the last 4 years. We see that these traits are maintained, and especially in intermediate governments, we see that it is strongly concentrated in the current expense, and a significant part of this is salaries, and capital expenditure is more significant, despite the fact that it's not in absolute terms, but in relative terms in local governments. For countries that had information, we have functional expenditure, and we see that the intermediate governments as well as local governments have spent more in social areas, for example, education, social protection, or social security, public services, health, and safety. And these are, it looks stronger. You can tell the difference as compared to local governments, because intermediate governments have social expenditure weight that is stronger, and in local governments we see that most of the expense in countries that we have information for are more about the provision of social services and proximity with the population. And going back to central element that somehow derives from observing the information is when we add the income and divide it, we see that at an aggregate level, the transfers have a significant weight in the income of subnational governments. In some cases, it's very significant and higher than income at their own income. And in some cases, they've had a decentralization of expenses, and sometimes greater, such as the cases of Brazil and Argentina, as compared to their own income. And in some cases, it's not equivalent to the weight of transfers. And in relative terms, we see that it is more similar to the weight of transfers. So this same information that we're going to publish differentiates between intermediate governments on the left and on the right, local governments. And here again, we see for countries that I described in the previous slide, the weight of transfers is very significant in some cases, in some countries specifically. Now then, speaking of our own income, how is this made up? If we look at the groups of countries, if we were to take the cases of Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia, the subnational governments have greater attributions, and they manage taxes on economic activities. This allows them to have a greater collection capacity. And the second item, which all countries have, is the It's real estate tax, and real estate tax has a lower collection capacity in our countries and the region. For example, Uruguay, Brazil, Colombia, which have higher collection capacity and much higher even than the rest of the countries, but they are located under the average of developed countries, such as the OECD countries that collect 1.2 of the GDP. So most countries collect this tax to a lower extent, half or 1/3 of the average developed country. So before offering the floor, I just want to mention that this weight of transfers within the total revenue somehow explains the autonomy of subnational governments in the region. And with the exception of some specific cases that we noted in the publication based on normative changes, such as more decentralization or more decentralization, more or less, which is what we've seen in the last 4 years, both movements. In some cases, this dependence on transfers increased, and in others, it was reduced. And we see that this average stays above 50%. So this is one of the main characteristics that we see in the region. And with this, I'd like to offer the floor to Marta. Thank you, Dalmiro. I would like to focus on the transfer systems, the types of transfer systems that we find in our countries based on the arrangements at different levels of government and based on the activity that you see in reforms at a subnational level, including some strategies that we're promoting from the IDB. So most countries in the region have co-participation systems. These try to mitigate the gap, horizontal and vertical, looking at territorial inequalities and using objective criteria that offer the system some transparency and redistribution capacity. But the systems have leveling approaches such as those of the OECD, so it depends on the fiscal gap.
En la mayoría de países abundan
In most countries, some of these conditioned transfers abound, and they have to do with health, for example, and there are other examples linked to capital expenditures lower, and like the Andean countries, in some cases, they are linked to natural resources and conditioned to other aspects. In some countries, we see some discretionary transfers, although as we will see further ahead, they are dropping. And we can't say they are not very desirable. They're volatile. And we have some political criteria in some of these as well. And in case of the region and at a subnational level, how are we doing? The average is 2.2% of the GDP, even though there is heterogeneity between countries, and it is different from the situation that we had in the 2000s. And there were levels of over 7% of the GDP, reflecting results of episodes that have taken place in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia. And of course, this recession has been going since the 2000s, but of course there's a greater fiscal responsibility, and a limited number of countries have this framework, Brazil, Peru, Mexico, but there are opportunities in other countries. And this is something we were talking about with Veronica, and she will further explain. In terms of institutionality, what entities manage this? In Latin America, we have a division of labor between the organizations responsible for fiscal monitoring. In general, those are the ones that supervise fiscal discipline. And then we have organizations that define the policies and provide technical assistance. And then the ministries of Interior and of Planning and Development would be responsible. In practically all the countries, we found a greater number of subnational government groups that are taking care of the subnational level challenges. We have the case of Brazil, and in some cases also Uruguay. There are some very active networks. And in some cases, these networks have a constitutional range. And regarding the quality of fiscal information, it has improved. By far, it is, well, this panorama is a reflection of it, but I would like to stress countries such as, or highlight countries such as Brazil and Peru in terms of this provision of data. And all these subnational governments have the same financial administration system and the quality of data, but there are significant advances in the region, and the CF in Uruguay is a very positive example. As I mentioned, the subnational government agenda has been very active in recent years, and it's positive. The reduction of discretionary transfers in Argentina and Mexico is proof of that, and it is a key moment at a regional level. And the tax reform finally took place in Brazil. It took decades of conversations, and it simplifies the consumption tax at a federal and subnational or municipal level. And there have also been centralization reforms in several countries. Each country has different motivations, but in general, it has been motivated by a desire for more order from the central government and taking a close look at the shortcomings and the services. For example, we have educational service centralization in Chile, in Mexico, health services, Paraguay, FONAE, and so on.
And there has also been other changes. In Colombia, we have the royalty systems in order to provide more participation of the producing agencies and also to have more participation. This increases the share of revenue for transfers. And in Colombia, for example, this has to do with a free competition, and that in turn would increase more spending of subnational governments. In Peru, we have seen the Regional Compensation Fund and the Municipal Fund as well for about 4 points of GDP. This is pretty important for Peru, but this has not been followed by an increase in spending functions and spending responsibilities. But we do believe that this creates a more rigid expenditure at central levels. And this allows for changes to improve the design of a decentralization and regional development. This is seen in Costa Rica by Mideplan, in Honduras. There are efforts in that same direction. FONCAP in Ecuador, and the improvement of fiscal discipline at national level and the enforcement so that these transfers may be used for public investment. And the Bolivian government is now encouraging a system to have more participation of national governments in total spending. Now, all of this activity
Perdón, me salté.
well, let's start anew. It's very important to insist on some of the messages and the recommendations for this decentralization agenda with accountability and with good management of public spending at subnational levels as well, providing the good services and with incentives at different levels of government. That involves improving spending at different levels with different functions, with improving transfer systems, with contributory capabilities, and discretional transfers, improving also the accountability frameworks and subnational fiscal transparency. We also see that it's a must to improve the capabilities in spending management, in public investment, taking advantage of tax bases, improving also the lending capabilities in private markets. We also have to include challenges and emerging opportunities, and that has to do with the climate disasters, impact, energy transition, demographic changes, etc. I will now talk about 3 reforms that we are encouraging from IDB. On the one hand, incentives to improve subnational fiscal management, taking advantage of what we already talked about, the reduction of discretionary systems to go from little transparency in the transfers into incentives that will in turn change the subnational behaviors. So we are supporting with loans and condition transfers in exchange for meeting the goals at subnational levels, and that could include measures for spending containment, fiscal spending, the information through cadasters and records, etc. Aside from monetary incentives, we are also following the institutional strengthening of the national federal levels in watching the compliance of the goals. And these are the ones that will in turn permit monetary incentives and transfers. The first operations were seen in Mexico and in Argentina. We hope that by the next meetings we will be able to have the presence of Luis Nero, who is the Argentinian engineer, and he has a lot of information on this program. The second innovation that we are pushing forward at ADB has to do with improving the lending capability of national governments, what we call credit worthiness of these national governments. In view of the lack of fiscal discipline in the past in the regions, we have seen the indebtedness in the market at subnational governments. But as we said, for more than 25 years now, the countries have been developing more fiscal responsibility, more fiscal transparency at local governments, and in turn then we see the greater possibility of paying these loans. Now, IDB, in view of this progress, encouraged a pilot program for regions and municipalities. And these are loans to subnational governments without sovereign collateral. And the idea is to fund the loans towards investment, supporting the lending worthiness of these subnational governments. And this would be a scaling up of these governments so they may in turn participate to impact capital markets. Now, this naturally involves the challenges. We have analyzed the challenges in the presentation. There are problems of incentives, of management, of use of own resources, etc. Some countries, not all, have the necessary maturity to follow and participate in this program. And we do hope that we will go into other countries, yes, to repeat what we're doing in Colombia. And finally, let me talk about the platform of subnational fiscal information of IDB. This is an initiative that is happening thanks to the support of some national governments. And this is a platform that responds to the need to have more fiscal subnational information. And the added value of the platform is that it has disaggregated information for each subnational government. For example, here we have the map of Brazil. We have information for each municipality in Brazil, especially as related to the dimensions that we need, supplementing then the outlook of disaggregated data for the country and with disaggregated municipal or state level. So this is an added value. We have information allowing for the analysis and better management. So I thank the collaboration from ECLAC to this program. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Marta, and we thank you for your excellent presentation. We now hand over to commentators. Veronica, you have the floor. Thank you. I wish to greet the authorities from different countries, and I thank the organizers of this seminar for inviting Uruguay to be here. And I thank the director of the Planning and Budget Office.
Bien, el comentario general sobre...
The general comment has to do with the relevance of having this kind of documents so as to be able to compare ourselves with other countries in the region.
Por aquí. Bien, como decía, compararnos con los países.
As we said, we are comparing with the other countries in the region, and this benchmark allows us to place ourselves in the region. Now, this is my presentation. I'll talk about the system in Uruguay. We'll see about the transfer systems, funding in subnational governments, and structure and conclusions. Now, Uruguay is a small country. Our population is of 3.5 million persons, and we have about 176,000 square kilometers. So we have a small country. On the right side, we see, well, let's take a look at how the population is distributed in 19 departments, concentrated in the south with almost 1.5 million in Montevideo. And that's the first thing we have, the distribution of our population. poverty. The same thing happens here. In the north of Rio Negro, we have a concentration of poverty.
Lo decía, ahí va, gracias. Lo decía Juan ayer.
Juan talked about this yesterday. We also have a high concentration of boys, girls, and adolescents over there. Now, we have three levels of government in Uruguay. The first level is the national government. Then we have the department governments. There are 19 departments as of 1885. And then recently we have municipalities, 136 municipalities as of last year. This is something pretty new that does not include the whole of our territory. There are different areas in white that are not municipalized. So not all of the population lives in a municipality. This is something that sets a difference when comparing with other countries. Institutionality. This is something that has been mentioned often in this document and in the different presentations we're hearing about today and yesterday. Uruguay has strong institutions. Much has to do with our decentralization. And we can see here, there was a constitutional reform in 1967, and we have planning and budget office that was created, and that helps the executive. We have the budget fund that has to do with transfers, and then we have the constitutional amendment with the creation of the CI intendants. And we have also the creation of different municipalities.
As Marta was saying, the coordination of the 19 intendants, the aim is to hold agreements with other agencies, and they're part of the sectoral commission together with the executive. This is a multi-level institution, very interesting. And it's in this commission that they approve the various projects linked to transfers. And also the national policy connects to the department policy. The Planning and Budget Office that I represent, we have a role regarding transfers, assessing projects, following up on the projects for the various intendancies and municipalities. But also we play a role in advising the executive on public policy, strategies and management of national budgets, accountability, and management and analysis. A key role has to do with territorial development, decentralization of the office, and that is where they manage all projects linked to transfers. Here I included slides linked to the Uruguay Territory Observatory. Marta mentioned the subnational platform of the IDB, but in Uruguay we have an observatory which is part of the institutional strengthening approach for decentralization. And so I invite you to access, if you do not know it yet. And there you will find a series of indicators, territorial indicators in 19 departments and municipalities, but also in relation to the seminar, you will find the various series linked to the finances of subnational governments. You have the series of transfers made by the central government to department governments since 2017, and the accountability of all department governments since 1989, and you can download the various bases. And so in relation to transparency, we work a lot to improve the information in the observatory. And in fact, we are in a process to redesign it. And so we thank the IDB for their support in this. We're hoping to, by the end of the year, have novelties linked to this. Now, regarding the transfer system
de Uruguay también.
in Uruguay, it also is highly dependent on central government transfers. But basically, we have conditional and non-conditional transfers. There are a series of conditional ones, the Fund for Interior Development and others that have IDB financing, and also the Municipal Management Incentive Fund, roadworks, public lighting, and the Strategic Investment Fund. This last one is a new one that puts forward strategic projects that we will be executing next and following years. There's a series of non-conditional transfers, Article 214 of the Constitution, and the Fund for encourage management, municipal management, which is a non-conditional one. I will be leaving the presentation with you so that you can see the various features of each fund. And there you can see the various characteristics of the various funds. Let's go to the structure of the financing. There are department governments. We wanted to show you the heterogeneity in terms of the various departments in relation to revenues, because as mentioned in the book, there's a high dependence on these transfers. But of the 9 intendancies, we have one, for example, in Montevideo, where the national transfers have are weighted at 9%, and on the other extreme, 33%. And national transfers there represent 64% of total revenues. So it is important to show this sort of graph, and the same thing happens in terms of expenditure.
Esta PPT, donde mostramos.
Now here we're showing the income distribution by department. In terms of revenues, the most important ones have to do with vehicles. There it says patents and the territorial revenues. Then we have taxes on auctions, public lighting, and when this has to do with the competences of the department governments in Uruguay, there are none linked to education or health or public security. And that is a definite difference in comparison to other countries. There is one case that presented in the book as innovation related to what mentioned here, a subsidy, centralization of vehicle charges. This is a tool created in 2011 and has meant removing what was known as the patent war, that each intendancy set a different amount for the patents for the same vehicles. The value was then harmonized. There is centralized charging, and as you can see here is the rise in the value of the tax. There is an issue regarding the distance and between who charges the tax and the neighbors. But well, this has been analyzed, but it is significant, especially because now given the success of this unification of charges, they're also analyzing the possibility of having a unified system to charge for the territorial tax. And so we could think of arrangements of the centralization, unified charging, and of course it does imply challenges.
Los predios.
Because the territories are not all updated in terms of the value. The registration does not depend on the intendancy. But well, these are all challenges that are important and that we are hoping that in coming years we will be able to tell you about it as a case of success. Now, the payments, what we would like to show here is the heterogeneity among the various intendancies regarding the weight of payments of wages and other department payouts. And I will move on to the challenges directly to tell you there of some challenges that, of course, we have raised. All the challenges mentioned in the document, those linked to the quality of the information, for us, this is a major challenge. In the office, we have a program for subnational development. This is IDB funded with a strengthening component precisely to address the fiscal improvement at subnational government level. Training is an important part of this in financial matters because the system they have goes back to 2017, and this is a system that is today all intendancies in Uruguay have the same one. So there is a homogeneity of criteria. We have a single account plan, and the system is being constantly improved to make sure that the information we get, accountability and others, we ensure that it has a certain level of quality. We have a table to guide management, and this is an incentive to improve the quality of the data. Another thing has to do with the regularity of the delivery of information. Regarding management commitments, which are commitments related to these transfers, these commitments are determined within the framework of the Sectoral Commission for Decentralization. And there, right now, for every 5 years, we determine the commitments in terms of department governments and the executive. And there the proposal includes commitments related to transparency, commitments related to the provision of certain information, of indicators. This financial information is sent to the office regularly, and we're seeing the possibility of having these things as early warnings and getting them quickly. Another key aspect has to do with debt. For us, it is a challenge having information linked to the debt at subnational level, but the full information. We do have information, the information that are presented in the accountability reports, but there are differences in terms of the interpretation and the regulations related to each table. So we are working on this, and we will be providing a table for people to fill out to ensure that it is all comparable. And as Marta was explaining earlier, this has to do with the absence of fiscal rules. And what we want is to work on identifying those limits linked to debt. So thank you very much, and I apologize for taking up too much time. Thank you.
No.
Well, for the remaining speakers, let's try and keep to 10 minutes at the very most, and so keep to the time for ending the seminar. Now, Juan Jose Galeano. Thank you, Ramon, and my greetings to the organizers. I thank ECLAC for the invitation and also the authors of this document. I will try to sum up my participation. The first part, I would like to refer to some of the things that I consider most important. And second, refer to the situation of Paraguay in terms of subnational government. As to the document presented and regarding the outlook of fiscal relations among the different levels of government in Latin America and the Caribbean, what we see is what we've always talked about at this sort of meeting in terms of subnational governments, the heterogeneity in terms of size, autonomy, and fiscal capacity of these different various subnational governments in the region. And the sector represents close to 26% of aggregate public spending, highly dependent on transfers. And same as Almido showed and Marta, the major dependence on these centralized transfers. And that makes up a major part of the financing of these subnational governments. And that has entails efficiency issues and fiscal sustainability issues. Now, decentralization has stagnated in recent years. It was doubled in the 1985 through 2010 period, but in recent years it was stagnated about 25-26% of GDP. And recent reforms are more corrective and specific, not structural. So this is something to take into account. In the countries of the region, no structural reforms have been observed, tending to correct deviations in terms of the distribution of resources at subnational level. And each day, it's more complicated, more complex. It takes more time and more social dialogue to make reforms, and this is sort of homogeneous throughout the countries of the region. As I mentioned, the dependence on transfers is high, and this is a prevalent issue. The transfer systems also have an important issue in terms of design. Practically no country of the region has their transfers based on a real position in terms of the fiscal gap. And in Paraguay, I will try to mention those issues based on the transfer system as determined in Paraguay.
And we also see that public subnational investment continues to be fragile to close the major gaps existing in our country's territorial land inequality is twice as much as that of OECD. The relations between the richest and poorest subregions is sixfold higher in Latin America vis-a-vis 3 times in the OECD countries. This, given the structure of transfers and the almost no structural reform of recent years. And also it has increased given the negative shocks of the pandemic in all of the countries in the region. Now, this second block is related to Paraguay. And Paraguay is a country with 403,000 square kilometers. We always say that we are a small country, relatively small if we compare ourselves with the region. But if we compare ourselves with countries of Europe or Asia, Paraguay does have territorial size that's quite high. We have 6 million inhabitants and distributed in 2 regions, Eastern and Western, but more than 90% of the population lives in the eastern part of the country. If we see the subnational distribution, 17 departments and 263 city halls, where 1/3 of the population is living in the area of Asunción, capital city, and metropolitan area of Asunción. And as to the subnational expenditures starting in 2010, the amount of transfers has increased. Transfers to subnational governments based on a renegotiation of resources coming from binational Itaipu. We have two. It's in the border between Paraguay and Brazil. And the binational of Sereta, which is in the border with Argentina. These two binational corporations, Itaipu, it generates royalties and compensations that a percentage of that is transferred to subnational governments. So the largest part of resources and of expenditure allocated to governships and municipalities come from these transfers. As to Itaipu, of the 100% that is annually transferred, which is $300 million, 50% goes to national government for general budget, and the other 50% is distributed among the different governorships and municipalities. And with land that is, for example, land that has been specifically affected by the Itaipu Dam have a higher transfer. And as to those, there are no other criteria as to population or relative development level. It's flooded or not flooded territory, and that's the only condition to receive the transfers. And those transfers are the same for each one of the departments. As to municipalities or districts, they do depend on territorial density, the amount of people living there, but also with that concept, flooded or not flooded territory. And this has generated a certain kind of anomaly as to the provision of resources to subnational governments that to a great extent, they depend on the transfers from central government and coming mainly from Itaipu. And in 2024, a major reform was implemented, and it's documented in our paper, and that is the creation of the National Fund of School Food, which is the amount transferred to the different districts. And they were all included in this fund, and Hunger Zero program was created in the schools. So we cover children from schools from 5% to almost 90, or 65,000 children receiving food to more than 1 million children today. And that change was through a smart decentralization of resources. And this is managed mainly by the central government that distributes resources in according to the student population of each one of the departments, and those departments to the different city halls. What was achieved with this smart decentralization? Well, formerly the food for schools depended from the central government, from governorships, and from districts. So there were more than 250 tenders that it was very difficult to generate efficiency for resource allocation. So with this smart decentralization, we have reduced the number of tenders and have an adequate allocation of resources and a more equitable distribution insofar as the number of adolescent students in each one of the districts or departments. And the amount that is transferred to the districts or city halls is mainly for capital expenditure on infrastructure and mainly for education purposes in schools. I have a lot more to say, but in view of time and also respecting our colleagues, I'm here for any question, but I now give the floor to my colleague. Thank you, Juan Jose. when we speak about subnational governments, and we have a central government with budget restrictions. Now we give the floor to Celia. Thank you, Ramon and ECLAC, for the invitation. I cordially greet the authors from IDB, from ECLAC ministers, vice ministers, secretaries of Vice Minister of Fiscal Policy of Brazil, the colleagues of the region. And firstly, it is important to highlight the quality of the work that has been presented. This study evidences the heterogeneity, institutional heterogeneity in the region, and the large majority of governments are local. So this universality helps us understand the many challenges that countries have to face as to decentralization, provision of utilities, and fiscal sustainability. Another positive aspect is the important advance in the subnational fiscal management. The region has advanced towards greater fiscal discipline and more structured control mechanisms. It's also relevant to say that given the impacts of the pandemic, many countries achieved to stabilize their expenditure levels and avoid significant deterioration in the subnational debt. In the case of Brazil, this landscape is even more expressive. The country is one of the largest federations of the region, with a strong participation, major participation of states and municipalities in the distribution of public expenditure. The subnational expenditure in Brazil reaches levels higher than 20% of GDP, and in some cases, this reflects a decentralization of functions like health and education. This is the highest level among the 16 countries of the sample, and it reflects a structural characteristic of the Brazilian federal system. There is public expenditure, high school and health systems, whilst municipalities provide primary health care and child education. And this reinforces the strategic role of states and subnational agencies that they are the main executors of public policies. Now, the subnational governments in Brazil collect around 6.8% of GDP in taxes at state level, mainly through ICMS, that is merchandise, inflation, cost, and services, and 2% of GDP at municipal level through the IES on services and PTU on real estate property. If we add both levels, subnational Brazilian governments have 9% of GDP, and that is a figure that it's only Argentina is following that. There is the highest level of debt of subnational and regional level that is between 11 and 12.5% of GDP in the last 4 years. We need to highlight the recent advance in structural reforms like the Brazilian tax reform that tends to simplify the system and improve the collection subnational efficiency. This is key for the strengthening of the federal system of Brazil. Today we have two VATs, a subnational one, the CBS federal, which is a tax on sin, and it used to less. And the subnational IBS will be managed by a management committee, which is a permanent body, non-transient, with technical, administrative, and budgetary autonomy. The council has 54 peer members, 27 appointed by governors and 27 elected by municipalities with electronic vote. The committee managed the supplementary regulation, the control, oversight, distribution of and the administrative concentration of IDF without a hierarchical subordination to the federal government nor any other level. This, as far as I know, this is unprecedented in the region. For the fiscal federalism in Brazil is a major challenge, and this involves structural changes. IBS will not only involve the development of institutional capacities, but also the strengthening of governance mechanisms and federation coordination, the implementation of a technological integrated infrastructure, the technical training of tax administrations, as well as the guarantee of legal certainty, transparency, and appropriate risk management. On the other hand, the study opens up space for important opportunities in improving the work that we have developed in HEFIN related to state governments in Brazil. We quarterly publish a finance bulletin of state governments. One first issue refers to the need of advancing in the measurement of the economic public expenditure effects. The study presents in a consistent manner expenditure volumes and composition, but there is space to incorporate deeper analysis on the multiplying effects of these expenditures in economy. It's not enough to know how much is spent, but what is the impact of that expenditure on growth and regional development. Secondly, we may improve the way in which data are presented, especially those referring to population or weight by population. Internal absolute indicators or as a GDP percentage are important, but the per capita or adjusted analysis adjusted by population features can offer a more precise view of effectiveness of public spending. Another relevant point is the concentration of regional indicators. The study points out the progress and evolution of debt in Latin America, and that is a positive signal. However, still it is necessary to have a higher level of disaggregation of data, especially to identify to what extent these results are concentrated in larger economies or countries like Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, and what is the true situation, real situation of the other countries. The state level of Brazil is even more crucial. States concentrate strategic functions and operate under fiscal restrictions. That is, explains the debt cycles in the past. In spite of institutional advances like fiscal responsibility program, we still face relevant challenges, high budget rigidity, especially with the compulsory data and expenditure related to economic cycle and investment with fiscal responsibility. Planning instruments, risk management, and efficient resource allocation like strategic funds. IDP is supporting EDFIN and a project of strategic treasury.
Also, countercyclical policies are increasingly relevant. The study evidences the structural aspects of the region, a strong dependence on intergovernmental transfers, which in some cases exceed 50% of funding at a subnational level. In Brazil, there is a greater relative autonomy as compared to other countries. Many municipalities still face limitations in the generation of their own revenue, especially those that are smaller. Aside from the fragmentation, municipal fragmentation characteristic of Brazil, there are economies of scale challenges, and this stresses the importance of cooperation mechanisms at a municipal level. And finally, the study brings an important message. Latin America has advanced, but we still have a long way forward to strengthen fiscal efficiency and taking care of the sustainability and public policies. So we will continue with a clear message and mission to improve transparency, regulatory aspects, and to guarantee that fiscal policies at a subnational level can be an effective tool. Thank you.
Gracias, Celia, por el esfuerzo. Realmente lo apreciamos.
Thank you, Celia, for the effort. And I'd like to offer the floor to Alejandra. There's no pressure. Could you please lend me the clicker? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I'd like to first thank every ECLAC for the invitation, Noel and your entire team. You make it possible for us to participate in this space that I am extremely pleased to contribute to. And I am here representing the Alliance for Social Justice, Fiscal Justice, and the objective is to promote fiscal efforts and changes in Mexico. So I'm going to begin first with a few brief comments for the document that was shared with us, and then just talk to you about what is being done by the states in the last few years, thinking of strengthening its efforts. There's a great initiative that will be updated every X amount of years, and it's an initiative that subnational governments can use to be more transparent and perhaps offer better information in general.
Bueno, tienen como ingresos y también están gastando, ¿no? La alta dependencia, bueno, estamos
The
viendo.
high dependence, we're seeing that we have Latin America and the Caribbean. Mexico is not the exception, and I feel that linking transfers made in Mexico with this federalized expense to fiscal gaps would be the path to follow, not beyond, well, we have some formulas that are linked to poverty, the population, but I feel that there are different characteristics.
El tecnológico y que se ha hablado.
We have technological aspects, demographic aspects. We've talked about this very much in this forum, but the topic of care as well. We need to take a look at the financing needs of all these federative actions, and we need to work and to fine-tune and see what is happening with debt, subnational debt, and of course there can be actions like Rodrigo Valdez mentioned, which are under the line, a little out of the vision that has been shared to us. And of course, there's a reform agenda with 3 priorities. The first is to reduce this dependence on transfers to strengthen investment within this fiscal space. It's linked to this, and most likely, well, Rodrigo might not like this, but it also is urgent to invest in other spaces that are not being done. And I mentioned this in the beginning with the subnational governments. And we have the federalized expenditure in Mexico, and we see how these have behaved. The central bank is made up of the contributions, which are transfers that are labeled for certain industries, and of course the free disposition resources and some subsidies, agreements, and other resources for health. And I'd like to take advantage here of this possibility of doing all this. And it has been on for a long time. It's important to address these aspects because decentralization requires time to organize and look at the effects and results that we wish to have with the changes. 90% of federal expenses have to do with these two industries, contributions and participations, and it is the first expense in Mexico that represents a significant percentage of the GDP, 7.4, and 28% of the total net expenditure. In this other graph, we also have the dependence that we've been talking about with our colleagues, and 82% of the revenue is from federal transfers. So the yellow bars are our own revenue. And there are some states like Mexico City that depend less on these transfers, and we have states that where they only use these resources. What do they spend on? I think some governments spend more on education. Normally it is like that, and it is mostly for teachers. And we analyzed all the laws and all of the federal institutions in Mexico. One of the results that we obtained was pensions. And although we can see here that expense is not high, we don't really know what the level of the expenditure is for subnational governments. And it turned out to be less or double than what we saw in the federative governments. So there are pressures for these expenses that don't allow for public policies that are closer to the population. So this leads me to fiscal space. What I'm showing you here is how we have behaved, how this has behaved. It's around $60 per person. And this fiscal space is reduced between 2013 and 2016, and then it recovered around to the levels of 2013. And it's around, well, it's a good number of people that are necessary to cover the goods and services of the population. It would seem that it's not sufficient. And here we are talking about financing of the care system. We're talking about a care system, perhaps at a national or federal level. And the reality is that there are some urgencies, and of course we need specific funding, and this is where this would come in. Therefore, since and if you recall, there was a reduction in federalized expenditure. The truth is that states have been doing some things to increase their own income. Here at CIEP, we have accompanied an initiative financed by the European Union, where we have technical studies that aim to talk about all these technical aspects. And here, basically, we're seeing how the number of cars has increased and what to do with it. Before it was federalized and they participated, and then it was left to the states to decide whether they were going to charge a tax on that. And some stopped charging on the number of cars. And then there was a potential collection, it represented 4 times what was being collected until today. So it would be a tool to generate more revenue through the federative agencies. There has also, well, we can also see that there's been a very bad collection for real estate in Mexico. We need to modernize these cadasters and with the taxes from municipalities. And of course, it has to be for certain periods. Alejandra, apologies, but we need to conclude. So we have platforms for lodging and ecological taxes, which began very high, but now they have somehow reduced. So changes for 2026, we have 32 federative agencies, and they have a very positive impact. And there are tools that can be used to expand the fiscal space and to fund public policies. Thank you. And here's the information I presented. That's the link. Very interesting. We'd like to leave 30 seconds to the authors of the book so they can react.
10 seconds. Very well. I'd like to thank the excellent comments, but we just ran out of time. We know that it was a risk to have an additional session in today's agenda, but these were things that had to be a part of the seminar. So I wish to thank you all, and I apologize for the delay. We thank you all for the comments. On this, it reflects the common efforts deployed, and there are some aspects that are very interesting. We will continue working with you. I think that this is a very interesting fiscal effort that is very important, and I think that this annual meeting in ECLAC is an excellent room for debate and to learn from other countries. I'd like to thank you all. We have the technical team that is ready to go home.